Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. We got a World War III alert. BRICS nations stand up against Trump in the war on Venezuela. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, Trump has another thing coming. If he thinks he will be allowed to turn Venezuela into Libya, let's get into the content. Salute.
The atmosphere across the Caribbean is electric with tension. US forces are on high alert, and war clouds gather over Venezuela as Washington's deep state machine, fronted by Donald Trump and his Israeli handlers, prepares for yet another regime change operation masked as a war on drugs. But this time, something unexpected has shattered their script, because Iran, not Russia, not China, has just rewritten the playbook in a stunning move that caught even the Pentagon flat-footed. Disinformation campaigns, naval deployments, and covert propaganda have been deployed to soften Venezuela's resistance. Yet reports at my disposal reveal that the US might actually be launching a full-scale assault as early as Monday, the 3rd of November, under the hollow pretext that President Nicolás Maduro is running a drug trafficking empire, a tired old lie crafted to justify aggression and destabilize any sovereign nation that refuses to kneel to Washington's authority. As of this hour, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the mighty USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier into the Caribbean alongside its deadly strike group, the cruiser USS Normandy and destroyers USS Thomas Hudner, USS Ramage, USS Carney, and USS Roosevelt, carrying over 4,000 troops and nearly 90 combat aircraft, a naval monster positioned for war. But just as the world braced for another American intervention, something incredible unfolded, something that turned the balance on its head and left both Washington and Tel Aviv scrambling for answers. Before we dive into the full story, take a moment to like and share this video so we can fight back against the suppression in the algorithm. And subscribe if you haven't already, because what I'm about to reveal changes everything. While the world expected Russia to be the first to counter Washington's aggression, it was Iran that made the first stunning move. Tehran sent 6 massive cargo vessels filled with weapons, missiles, and military equipment into Venezuelan waters under the radar, flooding the country with Iranian assault rifles, advanced bombs, fast attack boats armed with cruise missiles, deadly suicide drones, and GPS jamming systems, all delivered with surgical precision. Intelligence reports now indicate that Iran's real goal might be to use Venezuela as a forward base to retaliate against US attacks on its nuclear sites. And Tehran has allegedly begun deploying sophisticated anti-ship missiles along Venezuela's coastlines, a strategic move that could devastate US aircraft carriers in the region in the event of a confrontation. This level of direct confrontation by Iran is unprecedented, a defiant act that signals to both Washington and Israel that the days of unilateral American aggression in the global south are over. But before we explore the full inventory of Iranian weapons that arrived in Caracas, we must go back to understand how this alliance, the Iran-Venezuela axis, was born and why it terrifies Washington so deeply. Yet for Maduro, this isn't just politics, it's survival, and his words in a recent speech explain exactly why the US and Israel are desperate to remove him. Take a listen.
¿Y para qué utilizó Estados Unidos la negociación? Para el engaño. Para engañar con posibles acuerdos de paz, que cuando se iban a firmar se caían, se disolvían. Y mientras se caía cada acuerdo de paz, llegaban las bombas para matar al pueblo de Palestina. Mientras se estaba negociando, mataron al líder de Hamas. Así que la negociación sirvió para el engaño, para echarle tierra en los ojos a quienes negociaban, mientras los bombardean, los matan, los dividen y tratan de exterminar a los pueblos musulmanes, a los pueblos árabes, en el caso de este conflicto que nos estamos refiriendo. Desde Nueva York, desde la sede de Naciones Unidas, se ordenaron por primera vez en la historia bombardeos contra ciudades habitadas por miles de personas y se mataron a centenares de personas, ordenados desde Nueva York. Y el mundo calla. Es la misma impunidad con que actuó Mussolini, Hitler, Franco. Es la misma impunidad del nazismo, del fascismo que quiere volver. Pero no volverán. Ten la seguridad. Es el inicio del fin de este mundo, del mundo de la dominación colonial, de los chantajes, del engaño y del imperialismo.
You see, this bond didn't form overnight. It began in the early 2000s under two bold leaders, Venezuela's Hugo Chavez and Iran's Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, both men united by a shared hatred for US imperialism and Western hypocrisy. By 2007, Chavez's visit to Tehran had sealed what he called an axis of unity, pledging that both nations would resist Washington's stranglehold through economic cooperation, oil trade, and technological exchange, all aimed at breaking the sanctions web the US and Israel had spun across the globe. Iran helped Venezuela rebuild its oil refineries, shared industrial blueprints, and assisted in setting up technology hubs to ensure Caracas could survive isolation. And then, in 2009, Chavez took a historic stand, severing all diplomatic ties with Israel in protest of its massacre in Gaza, calling it what it was, genocide, and declaring solidarity with the Palestinian people. That decision cemented Caracas and Tehran as ideological brothers in arms, both standing against the same empire, both defying the same Zionist aggression, and both determined to chart their own course. By 2008, their cooperation had expanded into nuclear energy discussions, a move that enraged Washington and Tel Aviv, proving that this was no temporary alliance but a geopolitical counterforce taking shape before our eyes.
Así se ha hecho el exterminio y el asesinato de más de 45,000 hombres, mujeres, más de 20,000 niños y niñas de 1 año, 2 años, 3 años. Y Naciones Unidas, ¿qué dice? Y la Corte Penal, ¿qué dice? Y la Corte de Justicia Internacional, ¿qué dice? Y caen las bombas y destrozan mezquitas, iglesias, hospitales, escuelas, refugios de gente inocente. Y cada bomba que mata a un palestino, a una niña, a un niño, cae sobre Naciones Unidas. Cae sobre el teatro absurdo y criminal de la diplomacia que maneja los organismos principales de Naciones Unidas. Naciones Unidas pareciera condenada, como en la época del nacimiento de Hitler, a su desaparición. Lo que no va a desaparecer jamás es el derecho que tenemos los pueblos a la vida, a la paz, el derecho internacional y la lucha de nuestros pueblos, porque se respete nuestra vida y nuestro futuro. Para nosotros no es opción volver a ser colonias. Para nosotros no es opción volver a ser esclavos. Para nosotros no es opción andar de rodillas, aplastados, subordinados, chantajeados, acobardados.
Fast forward to today, and Tehran's latest military aid package to Venezuela is nothing short of historic, catching even Moscow by surprise, because Iran didn't just send rifles and drones, it sent the future of asymmetric warfare. Israeli intelligence now warns that Iran has quietly deployed Middle Eastern fighters, experienced veterans of past proxy wars, to Caracas to train Venezuelan troops in operating Iran's latest battlefield technologies, among them the Mojave 6 unmanned aerial vehicles, advanced ISTAR platforms designed for surveillance, reconnaissance, and precision strikes. These drones can fly at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, remain airborne for over 12 hours, and carry 4 laser-guided bombs capable of destroying armored targets or striking moving convoys with chilling accuracy. Equipped with multispectral sensors and thermal imaging, they can detect U.S. amphibious landings or paratrooper insertions miles away, feeding live data to command centers that can coordinate ambushes in real time, meaning that any U.S. ground invasion would be seen long before it even began. Once unleashed, swarms of Mohajer drones could strike American supply lines, attack helicopter units, and cripple forward bases. Overwhelming defense grids like Patriot and Aegis systems through sheer precision and numbers, effectively rewriting the rules of engagement. To complement its aerial edge, Iran has also supplied Venezuela with deadly anti-ship missiles, the CM-90, the export variant of the Nassar-1, capable of hitting targets at ranges between 35 and 90 kilometers at supersonic speeds. Their radar-guided warheads designed to slice through steel hulls like knives through paper. Alongside these came fleets of Zulfikar-class fast attack boats, small, nimble, and built for chaos, equipped with torpedoes, missiles, and electronic warfare tools. Used in hit-and-run tactics, they can strike U.S. destroyers or carriers and vanish into the coastal shadows, turning the Caribbean into a death trap for anyone foolish enough to invade. Integrated with WW3 vessels and shore batteries, they form a layered defense that could cripple a strike group like the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower before it even fires a shot. In a war scenario, this combination of drones, anti-ship missiles, and fast attack craft could deny the US Navy access to Venezuelan waters, forcing it into standoff positions and neutralizing its greatest advantage, proximity. Iran has effectively given Venezuela the power to make the Caribbean a no-go zone for foreign occupation forces, a nightmare scenario for Trump's war planners, and a triumph for the global resistance axis that now stretches from Tehran to Caracas. What's unfolding now is more than a regional conflict. It's a shift in the balance of power, a message to Washington and Tel Aviv that their monopoly on force is fading. Iran's boldness has redrawn the map of resistance, and Venezuela has become the front line of a new anti-imperialist order rising in defiance of the old world. Israel is rattled, the US is stunned, and even Russia, the supposed master of counter-hegemony, is left watching as Tehran steals the spotlight. This is a story of how empires overreach and how the oppressed find strength in solidarity, and it's just beginning. Thank you for watching this short report. I hope to make longer detailed reports, but keep your support coming through subscribing.
The world is quietly splitting again, not by ideology, not by trade, but by armament. China and Russia, two of the biggest powers in the BRICS alliance, are no longer sitting on the sidelines. They're now actively backing Iran and Venezuela, preparing them for a confrontation that could reshape global power. What we're witnessing is BRICS going full swing, transforming from an economic alliance into a geopolitical shield. Let's dive deep into how China and Russia are fueling Iran's missile resurgence, empowering Venezuela's defenses, and reshaping global alliances in a new direction. Welcome back to TFI Global. BRICS, once just an acronym for emerging economies, now represents something far bigger. With its expanded membership, including Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the UAE, the bloc controls nearly half the world's population and over a third of its GDP. But now, it's no longer just about growth, it's about protection. After years of Western sanctions and wars by proxy, BRICS nations are beginning to defend their allies militarily. The message is if the West arms its friends, so will we. Let's start with Iran, the Middle East's most sanctioned nation and now one of BRICS' most valuable members. In June 2025, during its war with Israel, Iran suffered massive losses. Missile factories were destroyed, stockpiles depleted, and its allies, they were silent. China and Russia were caught off guard. They missed the bus, but not anymore. Since September, Chinese cargo ships have delivered over 2,000 tons of sodium perchlorate to Iran, enough propellant for 500 ballistic missiles. That's right. From the ports of Dalian to Bandar Abbas, Chinese tankers have quietly supplied the chemical used to power Iran's Khyber Sheikhan and Hajj Qasim missiles. Beijing insists the material is for civilian use, fireworks, they claim, but Western intelligence says otherwise. This follows earlier shipments of another 1,000 tons in February and March, routed through a shadow fleet of sanctioned ships like the Golbon and Geran. Together, these shipments could help Tehran rebuild 85% of its lost arsenal. For China, it's a strategic masterstroke. Strengthen an ally, weaken Western leverage, and tighten BRICS defense cooperation. Meanwhile, Russia and Iran have deepened their comprehensive strategic partnership, a treaty signed in early 2025. Under this pact, Moscow receives Iranian drones and ammunition for its Ukraine war, over 4,000 tons in 2024 alone. In return, Tehran gets advanced air defense systems and missile technology. It's a perfect barter of war, drones for tech, ammunition for survival. And now, Russia's cargo planes are supplementing China's shipments to Iran, forming what intelligence agencies describe as a triangular supply chain across Eurasia. In Tehran, the former IRGC commander Mohammad Ali Jafari proudly declared, missiles are now our primary deterrence. And with China and Russia backing that deterrence, it's clear that Iran's next confrontation will look very different. But BRICS militarization isn't stopping in the Middle East. It's now extending into America's backyard, Venezuela. Facing a US naval buildup in the Caribbean, the biggest since the Cold War, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is calling for help. In late October, according to the Washington Post, Maduro sent urgent letters to Putin, Xi Jinping, and Iranian leaders pleading for weapons, radars, drones, and jet repairs. Here's what each ally offered. Russia offered overhauls for Su-30 fighter jets, radar upgrades, and new missile systems. China offered advanced radars and surveillance tech under expanded military cooperation. And Iran offered 1,000-kilometer drones, GPS jammers, and passive detectors to counter US electronic warfare. It's a full spectrum alliance, air, sea, and electronic. Maduro's officials even signed new treaties in Moscow pledging sovereignty defense. Meanwhile, Chinese and Iranian advisors are quietly arriving in Caracas, working on surveillance and drone systems. Venezuela, once isolated, is now becoming a fortress powered by BRICS. And here's where it gets even more alarming. Iran and Venezuela have expanded their 2006 defense pact to include drone manufacturing. At El Libertador Air Base in Maracay, Iranian specialists are building three main drone models. Ansu 100, a Mohajer 2 variant for surveillance, Ansu 600, Mohajer 6 class for armed strikes, and Zamora V1, a Shahid 131 style kamikaze drone for anti-ship missions. A full-scale factory was set up earlier this year using Iranian components delivered by Mahan Air Flights, disguised under oil and gold trade deals. Now, Venezuelan forces are training to operate these drones along their coastlines, potentially threatening US ships and regional rivals like Colombia. This is drone diplomacy, the new face of warfare through partnerships, not bases. Beyond missiles and drones, China's strategy is built on long-term dependency. In Iran, Beijing's 25-year investment pact worth $400 billion continues to fund oil infrastructure and dual-use technology. In Venezuela, China has already loaned $60 billion secured by oil and is building joint radar and surveillance systems. It's a web of economic control and military leverage, all under the BRICS banner. At a recent BRICS summit, the message has been unmistakable. We protect our own. Iran's debut in Rio this July marked the first time BRICS directly backed a member under attack. Joint naval drills, including the Maritime Security Belt 2025, saw Russian, Chinese, and Iranian warships operating side by side. And in Latin America, Venezuela and even Cuba are pushing to join, extending the bloc's influence across the Caribbean. But here's the catch: BRICS has no formal defense pact. India remains neutral and others are cautious. Still, the new CRINC, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, is operating like an informal military bloc, supporting each other across conflict zones from Ukraine to Gaza to the Caribbean. Western intelligence is on alert. US sanctions on Chinese suppliers and Iranian fleets continue, but the shadow networks keep growing. Each tanker, each shipment, each drone part shipped under civilian labels pushes the world one step closer to confrontation. A future miscalculation, a drone in the wrong airspace, a ship sunk in disputed waters could ignite a chain reaction no one can control. BRICS is no longer just an economic dream, it's an emerging strategic alliance. China and Russia are no longer observers. They're arming the new front lines from Tehran to Caracas. For Iran and Venezuela, it's survival. For the West, it's a warning. And for the world, it is a signal. The next global conflict might not start with troops, but with trade, ships, chemicals, and drones. Thanks for watching.
A storm is brewing in the Caribbean. U.S. carrier groups, air assets, and special forces are moving closer to Venezuelan waters, even as President Donald Trump insists he's not taking America to war. But the message from Washington is mixed, and the world is watching for what comes next. During a CBS interview on Sunday, Trump dismissed talk of war, but warned that Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro's days are numbered, a remark that sent shockwaves through Caracas and beyond. Behind the denials, construction crews have been quietly reactivating the Roosevelt Roads Naval Base in Puerto Rico, shuttered for 2 decades, now humming back to life. Military analysts say it's the clearest sign yet that U.S. forces are preparing for something far bigger than a routine patrol.
The United States is expanding civilian airport infrastructure in Puerto Rico and on the island of St. Croix, the U.S. Virgin Islands. These territories are located some 500 miles off Venezuela.
Maduro isn't buying Washington's explanations. Standing before Caribbean lawmakers, the Venezuelan leader accused the U.S. of fabricating a narrative to justify regime change and seize his country's oil wealth. His words, defiant and raw, laid bare the paranoia gripping Caracas.
And the truth is that Venezuela is innocent. Everything that is being done against Venezuela is to justify a war, regime change, and to steal our immense oil wealth, which is the largest oil reserve and the 4th largest gas reserve in the world.
Even the Kremlin is weighing in, calling for calm while quietly tightening its military partnership with Venezuela. Moscow's message is unmistakable. Don't light another fuse in a world already burning.
Of course, we want everything to remain peaceful, and we don't want any new conflicts to arise in the region. The world is already full of conflicts. We don't need new ones.
As Washington tightens its grip in the Caribbean, Venezuela turns east rallying behind Moscow and Beijing. Maduro boasted his forces now rely on heavy weaponry thanks to President Putin and China, a signal that Caracas sees its survival tied to Russia's and China's defiance of US power.
We have all the heavy weaponry equipment that fortunately President Chavez bought for the country, thanks to President Putin, thanks to Russia, thanks to China, and thanks to many friends in the world. Venezuela has equipment to guarantee peace. And during these 10 weeks of imperialist threats, of psychological war, we have been with serenity and tranquility doing our homework, fulfilling our duties.
The standoff now teeters on the edge of something far bigger. US warships prowl the Caribbean, and Maduro clings to Moscow and Beijing for cover. Both sides speak of peace, yet every maneuver, every deployment tells a different story. One where a single spark could set the entire hemisphere on fire.
Argument, who are terrorists? Well, the people I tell you who are terrorists. And what are terrorists? They're people who kill people in a terroristic way, and they're terrorists because I tell you they do this. It's like it's this circular argument with no proof presented.
Hey, newsflash, you know all those boats that Trump and the military have been blowing up off the coast of Venezuela? They don't know who they're killing. Pentagon tells Congress it doesn't know who it's killing in Latin American boat strikes. Isn't that something? Okay. That's Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War. Earlier today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out a lethal kinetic strike. Well, you want a lethal kinetic strike? Wow. As opposed to what, a flaccid static strike? This vessel, like all the others, was known by our intelligence to be involved in illicit narcotics. So they're just summarily executing people they suspect of being drug runners, which is not how that goes against every international law, every domestic law, every kind. Right now, there's a guy at the ICC court who used to be the president of the Philippines. He's being brought up on charge for doing the exact thing, for going in and killing drug dealers without a trial. And so what they're doing is they're killing fishermen is what they're doing. One of the boats was from Colombia, and their fishing boat had a distress signal on, and they bombed it. So here's the video that the Pete Hegseth. There. Oh, look at that. We're so tough. We're so tough. Hegseths love saying lethal kinetic strike because it sounds so much better than murder. And just to let you know, here's Senator Rand Paul. For over 20 years, presidents have used the same post-9/11 legal framework to justify wars and drone strikes without congressional approval. It's time to end this blank check for endless war and restore constitutional limits. So here's what he says.
The problem here is that the Trump administration, and correct me if I'm wrong, is basically embracing the legal framework that has been in place since 9/11, the war on terror. I know there were efforts to try and revoke it. It was never revoked. I mean, isn't this kind of the danger illustrated that people predicted? If you don't withdraw the legal framework that allows endless war in the name of terrorism, that'll just become everything and the president can just bomb whoever he wants forever?
Well, I think it is important to remember our history, even our recent history back to the Obama administration. I think he killed over 1,000 people with drones. They used to have killing terrorist Tuesdays where he had flashcards, and they'd go through the flashcards and pick people on the flashcards. This included an American citizen and the American citizen's 2 children. And I think nobody really made the allegation that any of them were carrying arms. They were sympathetic to terrorists. They had ideas that most civilized people disagreed with, but at the same time, they weren't in the middle of combat or engaged in combat. But the reason it's important is because we seem to have different standards. You know, when a Democrats in charge, Republicans, some were up in arms over this. Now that a Republican's doing it, Democrats are rightly up in arms against Trump, but some of them forget or are willing to forget that, you know, their hero, President Obama, was doing it as well. But you're right, that legal framework and that precedent has allowed President Trump to say, look, everybody does this. They're terrorists. And it's this circular argument. Who are terrorists? Well, the people I tell you who are terrorists. And what are terrorists? They're people who kill people in a terroristic way. And they're terrorists because I tell you they do this. It's like it's this circular argument with no proof presented. But there is a real problem with it.
Yeah, there's a real problem with it, but nobody's going to do anything about it because we've been letting the president just murder anybody he's wanted since 9/11. And which makes the United States the biggest terrorist state in the world. There's no bigger terrorist than the United States. Israel's very close, but it would be the United States. United States, the UK, France, Israel, pretty big terrorist states. And they don't even know who they're killing. The U.S. War Department officials don't know the identities of the 61 people who have been extrajudicially. They don't even know their identities. The department officials said that they do not need to positively identify individuals on these vessels to do the strikes. They just need to prove a connection to smuggling. When we tried to get more information, we did not get satisfactory answers. Really?
Family, we in here.
Who's got that kind of time? While the Trump administration has cited overdose deaths in the U.S. related to fentanyl, fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela, it comes from Mexico. So they can't even keep their lies straight on why they're doing this economic hit job on Venezuela, which is a military hit job. And again, this is the exact opposite thing of what Donald Trump ran on and what Tulsi Gabbard has been saying her entire career. We have to stop doing these wars of choice, these regime change wars to steal oil and treasure, which is exactly what we're doing. Tulsi's been completely quiet on this. So what Tulsi should do is probably say something publicly or resign. Because if she doesn't, it's tarnishing her reputation for the rest of her life. I hope she resigns. I hope she says something publicly. She used to say lots of stuff in 2019. She would say that Donald Trump, what he's doing in Venezuela is unconstitutional, illegal, and it's counterproductive for America. That's the kind of stuff she was saying on video, the kind of stuff she was tweeting out. Now, I haven't heard a peep out of her since they started bombing these boats. I think it's time for her to say something and or resign. They argued that cocaine is a facilitating drug of fentanyl. But that was not a satisfactory answer for most of us. That's at the congressional hearing. The briefing on Thursday came after the Pentagon shut out Democrats from another briefing it held with Republicans a day earlier, which left Democratic senators fuming. Democrats who attended Thursday's briefing said Pentagon lawyers were pulled from the meeting at the last minute. Am I leaving satisfied? Absolutely not. And the last word that I gave to the Admiral was, I hope you recognize the constitutional peril that you are in and the peril you are putting our troops in. That was Representative Seth Moulton, Democrat from Massachusetts. He told reporters after the briefing, that's according to CNN. Come on, clearly we're just in the life-saving game over here. That's what we're doing. Right? we just vaccinated the entire boat against the dangers of fentanyl. That's what that is. Pfizer's new guided heat-seeking polyvax. That's what it is. So this is, what's your problem is what I say. This is just a perfect way to start a land war by giving them justification to strike back. And then we go in. First, we attack them, then we attack ourselves, claiming it was them, and then we go back in and finish attacking them. It's such a familiar pattern. Who else does that? First, we attack them, then we attack ourselves, say it was them attacking us, then we go back in and finish the job. Jacob said that based on what she was told, even if Congress authorizes the bombing campaign, it would still be illegal. There's nothing that we heard in there that changes my assessment that this is completely illegal, that this is completely illegal. That is, that it is unlawful. And even if Congress authorized it, it would still be illegal because there are extrajudicial killings where we have no evidence. So this was supposed to be the kind of thing Donald Trump was against. This is supposed to be the kind of thing that MAGA was against. And I think a lot of MAGA are against this. The MAGA that come to my shows are against this, that's for sure. They're not on board for another war choice of they think like Tulsi did before she became part of the administration. Criticism of the U.S. bombing campaign has also come from Republicans, most prominently Rand Paul. No one said their name. No one said what evidence. No one said whether they're armed, and we've had no evidence presented. They summarily executed people without presenting evidence to the public. So it's wrong. Well, that's pretty simple. Rand Paul has joined Senate Democrats in introducing a war powers resolution aimed at preventing the Trump administration from starting a war with Venezuela amid threats of U.S. strikes on the country aimed at ousting President Nicolas Maduro and a major U.S. military buildup in the region. A vote on the bill is expected to happen next week. Here's Zachary Cohen from CNN says Democratic Representative Sarah Jacobs, after today's briefing from the Pentagon officials on the boat strikes, she says, they said that they do not need to positively identify individuals on the vessel to do strikes. Jacobs said, adding that was in part why administration could not actually hold or try the individuals that survived one of the attacks is because they could not satisfy the evidentiary burden. So they blew up a boat, 2 people survived. They scoop up the 2 people that survived. Do they take them to Guantanamo and put them on trial? No, they release them back to, I think, Guatemala or some other country, and then they don't prosecute them there. So they just let them go. So the reason why they didn't try to prosecute them was because they have no evidence, because they weren't drug traffickers. That's why. So the reason why they blew up that boat is not because they're fighting drugs. It's because they want to overthrow Maduro so we could steal their oil and all their minerals. That's what this is about. And when they blew up a boat and 2 people survived, they didn't prosecute them for being drug runners. They let them go because they weren't drug runners and they had 0 evidence. Okay, not a big deal.
It's wild how much Trump bragged about how he didn't support the Iraq war before he got elected, and how much against the regime change wars he was. And then he goes and does this. I feel like all these, Obama did the same thing. I voted for Obama in 2008. He said he was going to end the wars and close Guantanamo Bay.
He did none of that.
None of it happened.
He expanded the wars. He expanded the war into Libya. He expanded the war into Somalia, Yemen.
And then he assassinated
Syria.
an American citizen with no trial.
He killed an American citizen
and then
with no
his
trial.
kid too.
That's right.
In case he might grow up to
a teenager, a 16-year-old kid he killed.
Yeah.
And when Barack Obama's advisor was asked about this, his advisor said, "Yeah, well, he shouldn't be hanging around with terrorists."
Yep.
Okay, so so they don't have any idea who they're killing, and that's it. Of course, they're not. The whole point of this isn't to stop drugs. If Venezuela was a narco state, they'd be taking Marco Rubio would be down there taking pictures with them, and they'd be bribing the ministers. This is about what they wanted to do for over 25 years: overthrow Venezuela, steal their oil, and steal their minerals. And now you know the rest of the story. Okay. Come see my jokes about this in Australia. I'll be there. Second shows have been added to all our shows. We'll see you the day after Thanksgiving in Burbank, California at Flappers Comedy Club. It's a Friday. It's the day after Thanksgiving. Everybody's off. Come see my stand-up comedy show with my friends. Also, Pottstown, Pennsylvania, December 6th. January 11th, we'll be in Waikiki at the Blue Note. It's a beautiful room. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Come see us in Australia. Second show's added in Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane. We'll see you in Burbank, California, the day after Thanksgiving. It's a Friday. And then Pottstown, Pennsylvania, December 6th.
Okay, well, obviously Trump is exaggerating here. He probably didn't come begging. But the truth is, I would not be surprised if Maduro came and said, look, let's make a deal, whatever you want. What do you want? Why are you, like, get off my dick. What do you want? Why are you threatening to invade my country? Why are you threatening to airstrike us? Why are you bombing citizens and fishermen of Trinidad and Tobago, of Colombia, of Venezuela? Why are you doing this? Venezuela is not in any way, shape, or form even close to being the largest drug exporter in Latin America. It actually happens to be the countries which are currently aligned with U.S. foreign policy goals. So if Venezuela is okay with doing business with the U.S. so long as it's fair, it's respectable trade, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Colonel Douglas McGregor has an idea as to why we might be doing this. Take a listen to what he has to say.
I don't understand how, our public conversation is so dominated by Hamas, Hezbollah, all these faraway, Ukraine, Russia, these faraway conflicts, groups that are really not connected to the United States and haven't over time posed a meaningful threat to the United States. You're not even allowed to say that. Hamas does not pose a threat to the United States and never has. Like, why am I more mad about Hamas than I'm mad about the open air drug market in Philadelphia? Why don't any politicians in the Congress put the open air drug market in Philadelphia above the threat of Hamas? What is that?
Well, I think you have an answer of sorts. And it comes, interestingly enough, from Mrs. Machado. I don't know if she's married or not, so I call her Mrs. She may just be Miss Machado. She's the lady that just won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she's from Venezuela. And she said, if we're liberated by the U.S. armed forces and they remove Maduro, our first act will be to move the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem.
What does that have to do with...
Nothing. She's also the same woman that wrote a letter to Netanyahu. Public letter. Everyone can read it, by the way. She wrote a letter to Netanyahu. This is the U.S.-backed opposition presidential candidate who just won a Nobel Peace Prize in Venezuela. She wrote a letter to Netanyahu begging Netanyahu to invade and liberate her own country of Venezuela. She also celebrated on numerous occasions the U.S. and Western sanctions on her own country, which starved her own people for many years, until Venezuela achieved food sovereignty. Now they produce all the food that they eat in their own country. But she celebrated the starvation of her people. She begged for the invasion of her own country. This is not just like a sick and twisted person. This is a deeply mentally ill person.
Sounds completely confused. Like, what?
Well, you can't be that confused. I think she's hit on something very important. She's figured out where the power lies. And she's playing to the audience that makes the decisions. You're talking about this democracy business. We've always been a republic with limited democracy. But I think we can pretty much conclude that we're ruled now by a small group of extraordinarily wealthy people. Billionaire oligarchs. Those are the terms they use in Eastern Europe and places like Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think they're in charge. I think they're calling the shots. And I think there are interests in the oil resources, oil and gas primarily, although, let's face it, they've got gold mines and emerald mines as well, and other things. I'm told they have a lot of lithium.
Most gold. Venezuela has the most gold in all of Latin America. They have the most minerals in all of Latin America. Obviously, these are proven reserves. They have the most proven reserves of oil in the entire world. Obviously, a lot of it is lower grade petroleum, and Venezuela doesn't have the infrastructure to actually extract these minerals, extract this gold, extract a lot of this oil, refine it, do what needs to be done with it. Okay. But this is like one of the richest countries in the world. I don't think we should lose sight of that.
Lithium. there may be a true interest in putting in a puppet government and finding a way to extract these resources, because right now, for the first time in 30 years, all the central banks beyond the borders of the United States around the world hold more gold than we do. That's a very important thing to understand. So how do you begin to reverse this process of managed decline, which is really what we've been on now for the last 25 years? Well, oil is part of it. Oil is gold. And even though the oil is exactly what you described, it's heavy oil, high sulfur content, requires a lot of refining. But still, we have the best oil engineers in the world, especially for deep drilling. It will probably, for the same amount of money we pay for 1 barrel of oil out of the ground in the United States, we could probably get 2 out of Venezuela. It's still not as good as Iran or Libya, where you could probably get 3 barrels out for what we spend to drill in the United States. But it doesn't look like we're going to get control of the Iranian oil fields. And I think we've bullied the Emirates and the Saudis about as much as we can at the moment. And Iran stands defiant. So look for another war in the Middle East while all of this is unfolding, because Israel's objectives aren't met. Neither are the objectives of the New York and London banks. I think we're in a lot of trouble financially, and there's a genuine interest in controlling resources to offset that crisis. President Trump has great instincts, but then he walks into the swamp and he gets mugged early, and people distract him into areas where he's not familiar, and they're going to put an end to his presidency if they drag him into Venezuela. That place is a terrible, terrible mess for us. We can't fix it. We shouldn't try. Let the people that live there do it. And if they say, well, they can't, well, that's their problem. It's their home.
Yeah.
Remember, Venezuela has 1,700 miles of coastline, 1,370-mile border with Colombia, 1,380-mile border with Brazil. And I'm being told by people with experience down there that you've got 100,000 paramilitaries along their border in Brazil and Colombia that are just can't wait to go into Venezuela and fight us if we go into that country. And this sort of thing will spread. It's the last thing that we need. What we need is stability and peace. I would urge the president to reconsider his rejection of this proposal from Maduro.
Colonel Douglas McGregor, by the way, is like the last great colonel who participated in leading a U.S. tank battle. So if there's anyone who knows about this sort of conflict, what this would actually look like, I mean, you're talking about obviously different setting than where he was fighting, but talk about an amphibious landing on Venezuela, extremely difficult terrain for Caracas in particular. Caracas is surrounded by these massive mountains. On the outskirts of the mountains, on either side of the mountains, you have just massive communities of favelas, okay? Now, why is that going to be difficult? Can you imagine why millions and millions and millions of armed civilian militias, military personnel hiding out with who knows what drones, artillery, light weaponry in these favelas, as the U.S. is on a one-track road trying to go up a mountainside they did their amphibious landing on the beach, and they have to make it 30-40 minutes up to the mountainside on a 2-lane road as they're trying to climb into Caracas. Oh God, I don't even want to think about what those videos are going to look like. I think that the U.S. is going to try to do these decapitation strikes on all the senior leadership, political, military, and what have you. Then they're going to try to do this. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park. I do think that Venezuela has not only created a failsafe for the destruction of an attempted U.S. invasion, a possible U.S. invasion after these decapitation strikes would take place. I think they're very well prepared for that. But also, this is the biggest part of all that I want to stress. I think Venezuela has prepared a scenario for an extended, I mean, decade-long potential guerrilla conflict, Vietnam style, to wage war against any invading personnel from the United States, even if they do these decapitation strikes, they invade, whatever it may be. I think Venezuela has a fail-safe plan to create so much chaos, such a headache for the United States, that even after decades of potential investment in a conflict of this nature, the U.S. would be forced to pull out. I think that invading Venezuela is just going to mobilize and unite the Latin American anti-imperialists in every country that right now, they've taken some beatings. In Peru, for example, there was a coup against the government of Pedro Castillo, by his own, I believe, his foreign minister and his vice president. They couped him. He was in a very weak position. He had a coalition government. Pedro Castillo, former teacher, he was an anti-imperialist. Okay, socialist, forced out of power in a coup. In Bolivia, you had the division of the left anti-imperialist movement, the socialist movement in Bolivia, between Evo Morales and between Luis Arce, the former president, and the current president. They divided the movement, and now you have this like pro-U.S. State Department prototype AI, candidate that came out. And they're very ready to take the reins and secure good relations with Washington, D.C. And Lula's place, Lula is not the Lula of yesteryear. Lula is now Lula da Silva in Brazil. It was even admitted by Bernie Sanders that the CIA helped temper the protests when Lula won to ensure that his ascendance to power was cleared from any sort of obfuscation or intrusions by the Bolsonaro wing of the country. Bolsonaro, I also don't like, and I don't think that he was serving the interests of the Brazilian people, but I do think that Bolsonaro in some ways was bucking the interests of the U.S., so he was not fully in one camp or another. Very interesting. He came in talking a lot of game against China in support of the U.S., but by the end of his administration, he had kind of tilted on that question. You look at what else we have. Argentina. Don't even get me started. I mean, yes, they just won the elections again. Milei won the elections, but that was a complete sham election, fraudulent elections. And I think that an invasion of Venezuela would hurt the presidency of Milei. I think it would only unite and inspire and strengthen the positions of more anti-imperialist coalitions in the country. That being said, they're not that strong. They're more like Lula-type candidates and parties that reign in the Argentinian anti-U.S. camp. As for Mexico, I mean, the leadership of Claudia Sheinbaum and her predecessor, AMLO, I mean, that is extremely strong. I don't even think it can get stronger. Even the majority of the top four alternative parties in Mexico right now all support, the majority of voters in each of those parties, they all support Claudia Sheinbaum. And she's doing a pretty fantastic job, I'll say. She's limited in what she can do. She's on the border of the United States, okay, but she's done a pretty terrific job. AMLO did a terrific job before her. I like AMLO more than I like Claudia Sheinbaum, but there you go. What other countries do we have? We have Colombia. That goes without saying. I think this is going to strengthen Gustavo Petro's presidency. He's in his first term. I think this is going to strengthen his presidency. If they try to invade Venezuela, they do these threats. They sanction Gustavo Petro already. I mean, this is just a completely insane and pointless, and it's going to backfire in ways that are unthinkable for us even right now. So I strongly condemn this. I think this is a terrible idea, and I think it's going to, for a guy who is so invested in what his legacy is, I think that Donald Trump is going to drive the final nuclear bomb into his own legacy, and he's going to do that with Venezuela if he makes a move.
Because they respect the fact that I am speaking my mind. It might not be your mind. It's definitely not Keir Starmer's mind. It's not the apparatus that he uses to maintain illegitimate power. That's fine. But Britain is or was a free country. And we are free to speak our minds. And if we cannot speak it within British shores, we will find other shores from which to speak it. This foul act on the train in London last night did not result so far in any fatality. But the fatalities in the Sudan are so stark that even from space you can see the blood stain. Thousands of people, thousands of them, have been massacred by a rebel group in Sudan, which has the support, albeit by proxy, of Western countries and Israel. The slaughter is unimaginable. I've watched the videos, so you don't have to. You don't have to watch the man begging as he was run over by a truck. You don't have to watch the mother who, with her 3 children, begging for her lives before they took them. You don't have to watch the systematic rape called for by RSF, that's the name of the organization, RSF rebels in Sudan. You don't have to watch the woman commander giving the places that they're going next and telling the fighters that they had to take the girls there and cleanse their bloodlines, rape them, impregnate them. Openly called for on camera, their own cameras, openly posted by themselves on TikTok and other social media platforms. This bestiality has been going on for some years now in Sudan. But the fact that it is supported to the nth degree by vast sums of money, vast amounts of weaponry and logistics, by close allies, the closest possible allies of the United States of America, makes a mockery of the latest pronunciamento later in the week by Donald Trump, who has not said a word about the mass slaughter in Sudan, that he's going in all guns blazing into Nigeria. Now, Donald is not, how shall I put it, the best read person on the planet. I know that he's sharp. I know that he's a shark in business, but he doesn't know much about the world. He doesn't know much about geography. He doesn't know much about history. He doesn't know much about demography. So this next lesson is for him. There are 250 million people in Nigeria. Half of them are Christians and half of them are Muslims. There is an ISIS, Al-Qaeda terrorist offshoot called Boko Haram, which has been slaughtering Muslims and Christians for decades in Nigeria. And no American president has done jack about it or even spoken about it until now. Makes you wonder what it was exactly that woke up Donald Trump to the situation in Nigeria. This Boko Haram come out of the same stable as the ISIS and Al-Qaeda offshoot, which has just been received with all honors in the White House. And you know to whom and to what I refer. Western countries spent an entire decade and more assisting ISIS and Al-Qaeda to take over Syria, where they engaged in exactly the same kind of slaughter and bloodletting on their own video cameras as we've seen this week in Sudan. So what exactly is the difference between ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Nigeria, who have to be all guns blazing, destroyed viciously, he said, by Donald Trump, and the Al-Qaeda and ISIS that were received in the White House just a couple of weeks ago? What's the difference between one ISIS and another ISIS? The answer, of course, is entirely opportunistic. We supported ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria, but they want us to believe that the Western countries oppose it in Nigeria. Now, Russia is fighting ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Burkina Faso, in Mali, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda are on the march and on their advance. Donald Trump isn't offering to help there. He's offering to help Nigeria by invading a country of 250 million people. Well, there's a corrupt old president there called Tinubu, who was deported actually from the United States for drug offenses a few decades ago. That's why they won't release his police record. He's one of their men. But if Tinubu welcomes American soldiers into Nigeria, degrading the very idea of Nigerian sovereignty, Tinubu will not be there for long. The Nigerian people, Christian and Muslim, are a proud African people. And Donald Trump coming in like John Wayne, all guns blazing, is not only not going to solve the Boko Haram problem, it's going to multiply many other problems. Problems of separatism, of secession, of sectarianism, of religious strife. All of these things will erupt in Nigeria, and a volcano will be lit in the heart of Africa, which will take some extinguishing, as will indeed the purported imminent invasion of Venezuela. I know I spoke about this just the other night, but I must return to it, because there are now 25,000 American soldiers, sailors, and Marines in an entire battle group, including aircraft carriers, off the coast of Venezuela. Venezuela is receiving hourly, not daily, hourly, massive transport airplanes from both Russia and China. Russia has a strategic partnership with Venezuela. It is a military ally of Venezuela. China has trillions of investments in Venezuelan oil and gas production. If Donald Trump thinks that 25,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines is going to be enough to take over the vast country of Venezuela, almost a subcontinent in itself, then he's even more ignorant than I had supposed him to be. I don't know if he's going to do it. I don't know if it's all a bluff. But according to the American media, an attempt to overthrow the government of Venezuela and an invasion, land invasion. They've already invaded the seas of Venezuela. A land invasion of Venezuela is imminent. Now, I wasn't in the Vietnam War, Mr. President, and of course, famously, neither were you. I was too young. You were too sick. Your bone spurs. What are bone spurs anyway? They certainly didn't stop you playing golf and disco dancing right up until this minute to the strains of YMCA, but they were serious enough. 4 times for you to avoid the draft to Vietnam. But I do know a lot about the Vietnam War, almost certainly more than you do, President Trump. I loved the Vietnamese people long before I ever knew that I would have children of my own that could easily be taken to be Vietnamese. I have crawled in the tunnels in Vietnam where the resistance, the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese army crawled on their bellies only to pop up and take a terrific toll on American soldiers in the Vietnam War. 58,000 American soldiers died in the Vietnam War. Hundreds of thousands of American military personnel were maimed, wounded, many of them for the rest of their lives in the Vietnam War. Millions were psychologically destroyed, their lives unalterably changed by the experience, the horrific experience of the Vietnam War. Mr. President, I'm here to tell you, if you invade Venezuela, you are invading a Latin American Vietnam. It's all coming up on the mother of all talk shows. Stay tuned.
About how powerful it is, but it's actually very isolated on the international stage. A study in 2025 surveyed people in 60 leading economies around the world and asked them to list the countries they consider to have the best reputations. The United States was extremely low on the list, falling from 30th place in 2024 to 48th place in 2025. That is 48 out of 60, meaning the US has one of the worst reputations among the 60th biggest economies on earth. And of course, a big reason for this drop is the rise of Donald Trump. But I should keep in mind that even when Joe Biden was president in 2024, the US rating was still extremely low. 30 is very low. What this demonstrates is that the United States has a very bad reputation on the global stage. And of course, this makes sense. The US has been constantly at war nonstop for basically its entire history. And the US military has intervened in the majority of the countries on Earth, according to official US government data. And we saw another symbolic example of how isolated the US is on the global stage in a vote at the UN General Assembly on the 29th of October. And 85% of United Nations member states voted for a resolution demanding the end to the illegal 6-decade-long US embargo against Cuba. Now, there are 193 UN member states, and 165 voted in support of the resolution, representing 85% of the countries on Earth, including well over 90% of the global population. On the other hand, only 7 countries voted against this resolution. That is, only 7 countries support the illegal US blockade against Cuba. Those countries are the United States and its proxies. That is, the US, Israel, Argentina, Paraguay, North Macedonia, Hungary, and Ukraine. What this also shows is how isolated Ukraine is. Ukraine claims to care about international law, but it's joining the US and Israel in voting against international law, against the will of the vast majority of the international community. What this also shows, by the way, is Viktor Orban, the so-called nationalist leader in Hungary, is actually a tool of Donald Trump. You know, he has this rhetoric in Hungary claiming he's this great independent leader. But under Orban, Hungary has also joined the United States in voting against resolutions that called for a ceasefire in Gaza and called for admitting Palestine as a member state of the UN. So Orban's Hungary is actually not an anti-imperialist country standing up to the West, not at all. Hungary is not a friend of the global South. Hungary opposes equal rights for the Palestinian people, and it also supports colonial US wars in Latin America. And then, of course, Argentina is currently governed by a US puppet leader, Javier Milei, a self-declared libertarian and anarcho-capitalist who has been offered $82 billion in debt from the US, from Donald Trump, and also from US-controlled financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. So the Trump administration is flooding Argentina with money to prop up this US puppet leader. And that's also why Javier Milei's Argentina has joined the US in voting against the rest of the world in opposing equal rights for Palestinians and in supporting the illegal blockade of Cuba. So I talked about the 7 countries that voted against this resolution. They represent 3.6% of UN member states. This shows symbolically how extremely isolated the United States is on the global stage, because the Trump administration actually put a lot of energy and resources into this global lobbying campaign, a global blackmail campaign. The US pressured many countries to join it in voting against this resolution at the UN. This was reported by Reuters. Yet despite all of these efforts, the US could only get 6 other countries to join it. Reuters reported in October, several weeks before the vote at the UN General Assembly, that, quote, President Donald Trump's administration is mobilizing U.S. diplomats to lobby against a U.S. resolution calling on Washington to lift its decades-long embargo on Cuba, in part by sharing details of Cuba's support for Russia's war in Ukraine, according to an internal State Department cable seen by Reuters. The October 2nd dated unclassified cable sent to dozens of U.S. missions directed American diplomats to urge the governments to oppose the non-binding resolution, which has passed in the UN General Assembly by wide margins year after year since 1992. So, of course, this is by no means the first time that the entire world has voted against the US and Israel at the UN General Assembly. This has been going on for 33 years now. Every single year, there's a very similar resolution introduced in the UN General Assembly demanding an end to the illegal U.S. blockade against Cuba. And usually, it's basically the entire world against the U.S. and Israel. In 2024, the vote was 187 against 2, the U.S. and Israel, and 1 country abstained in 2024. That was Moldova. In that year, Ukraine simply decided not to vote. And then in 2023, the vote once again was 187 countries in support of the resolution. That was 97% of UN member states. Once again, only 2 voted against it. That was the US and Israel. And there was only 1 abstention that year, which was Ukraine. Now, some people may look at those past votes and then look at the 2025 vote and say, wait, Ben, you're claiming that this shows how the U.S. is isolated, but actually the U.S. slightly increased the number of no votes from 2 to 7. But this came after a massive campaign carried out by the Trump administration using so much energy, so many resources, so much time trying to pressure countries all around the world. And despite that, they could only increase the number from 2 to 7. So instead of showing how successful this pressure campaign or blackmail campaign was, this actually shows how it completely failed. And if you don't believe me, Reuters published a newswire titled, U.S. fails to make big dent in UN vote calling for end to Cuba embargo. Reuters acknowledged that Trump's pressure campaign completely failed. In fact, the Cuban government spoke at the UN General Assembly about how the U.S. was blackmailing countries in Latin America, threatening them. The Trump administration was trying to force all of these countries, saying, you have to vote with us at the UN. If you don't, we will punish you. There will be severe consequences. And yet again, despite that, they could only get 6 countries to join them in voting against the resolution. Now, I will say the U.S. did have a little success in getting 12 countries to agree to abstain in the vote. It's still not very impressive. We're only talking about 6.2% of the UN member states, that is 12 out of 193. But the US did get a few countries in Eastern Europe and Central Europe to abstain in the resolution in protest of Cuba, because Cuba is closely allied with Russia, and Cuba has supported Russia in the NATO proxy war in Ukraine. And this has angered some of the countries in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, like Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Czechia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Moldova, Romania. Those countries said at the UN General Assembly that the reason that they were deciding to abstain was an act of protest because of Cuba's alliance with Russia. Some countries also falsely claimed that Cuba has sent troops in order to fight in Ukraine. That is not true. The Cuban government has not sent any troops. There are reportedly a few thousand Cuban volunteers who decided to go to Ukraine to join Russia to fight against NATO, of course, led by the US. And the US has been waging a terror war and an economic war on Cuba for over 60 years. And the majority of Cubans have for their entire lives live under this illegal US blockade. So it makes sense that some Cubans did volunteer to go fight against the US in this proxy war that the US is fighting against Russia in Ukraine, but they were not sent by the Cuban government. But anyway, regardless, this new phase of the Ukraine war began in 2022. And yet in 2022 and 2023 and 2024, almost all of these countries in Eastern Europe and Central Europe still voted for the resolution demanding an end to the illegal US blockade against Cuba. So in reality, the reason that these countries did abstain in the 2025 vote is clearly because the Trump administration was pressuring them or blackmailing them. But again, that's still not impressive. 12 out of 193 is basically nothing. The only other countries that gave into Trump's pressure campaign were Ecuador, which has a right-wing government run by a dual U.S. citizen, Daniel Noboa, who is the son of the richest billionaire oligarch in all of Ecuador. And again, he's a U.S. citizen who obediently does whatever the U.S. government wants and is allowing the U.S. military to make new bases in Ecuador. So he's a total U.S. puppet. And then Costa Rica also has a U.S. puppet government that obediently does whatever Washington wants. So again, I actually agree with Reuters when it reported that this was a diplomatic failure for the U.S. This represents how the Trump administration could barely get any countries to join with it in a vote at the UN. And in particular, this is a major failure for Marco Rubio, who's the second most powerful person in the U.S. government after Donald Trump. Marco Rubio is simultaneously the head of U.S. foreign policy and the head of security policy. He is both the Secretary of State, the head of the State Department, and the National Security Advisor, the head of the National Security Council. And for his entire life, Rubio has been a Cuba hawk. He has been obsessively dedicated to trying to destabilize and overthrow the socialist government in Cuba. And he is the child of right-wing, wealthy Cubans who immigrated to the U.S., although Rubio has lied about this his entire political career. He falsely claimed for many, many years that supposedly his parents were refugees from communism, which is a complete lie. First of all, his parents moved to the United States in 1956. The socialist revolution in Cuba was in 1959. So his parents went to the U.S. before the revolution. Ironically, his parents immigrated to the U.S. when Cuba was still governed by a brutal right-wing dictator, Fulgencio Batista, who was a U.S. puppet, who did whatever the U.S. empire wanted. But Rubio has lied about this his entire political career. He used this to get votes in Florida. Rubio was previously a senator from Florida before he became Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. And he basically is the king of the right-wing coup plotters in Miami who are obsessed with overthrowing all of the independent left-wing governments in Latin America, especially in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. This has been the obsession of Rubio and his political allies in Miami, Florida, and they have failed to get most other countries to join them. Only a small handful of U.S. client states have been willing to join the U.S. in these UN votes and in the war that the Trump administration is waging against Latin America. Now, Trump certainly did not start the U.S. war on Cuba. This is a nonstop terror war and financial war and economic war and political war and information war that goes back over 60 years. Let's not forget that in 1961, the CIA invaded Cuba in a terror war known as Bay of Pigs, and they tried to violently overthrow the government, although they failed. But Trump has expanded this war against Cuba, and he has tightened the illegal sanctions and blockade on Cuba and tried to suffocate the Cuban people and destroy the Cuban economy. The explicitly stated goal of the illegal U.S. blockade against Cuba is to cause extreme suffering in the civilian population to overthrow the government. This was spelled out in a U.S. State Department cable that is published on the official Office of the Historian website of the U.S. government. This is from back in 1960. So this is 1 year after the victory of the Cuban Revolution, after the people of Cuba, under the leadership of Fidel Castro and Ernesto Che Guevara, after they overthrew a right-wing U.S. puppet dictator. And in this U.S. State Department cable, top government officials admitted that the majority of Cubans supported Castro and the revolution, and there was no effective political opposition. So the U.S. government decided that they were going to wage an economic war against Cuba, which has been going on now for over 65 years. And this is what the State Department said in this very revealing document. Quote, "The only foreseeable means of alienating internal support is through disenchantment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship. It follows that every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba, to make the greatest inroads in denying money and supplies to Cuba, to decrease monetary and real wages, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government," end quote. That is the explicitly stated goal of the U.S. government with its sanctions and blockade against Cuba. Quote, "to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government." This is why the U.S. has maintained these illegal sanctions and this illegal blockade against the people of Cuba for over 60 years. This is why Trump has continued tightening the screws of this blockade to try to suffocate the people of Cuba. This is collective punishment. This is economic terrorism aimed at terrorizing the entire civilian population. So when people say, oh, the U.S. embargo against Cuba, it actually doesn't mean anything. You know, it doesn't have that much of an impact. No, the official words of the State Department admit that the goal is to cause as much human suffering as possible, to crush the economy, to overthrow the government. And it's not just that Cuba cannot trade with the U.S. The U.S. dominates the entire international financial system, and almost everything revolves around the U.S. dollar, which is the global reserve currency. So because of the illegal U.S. blockade and sanctions against Cuba, this means that there are threats of secondary sanctions against foreign governments and companies, which means that very few foreign governments and companies are willing to risk doing business with Cuba because they don't want to be sanctioned by the U.S. Foreign insurance companies don't want to insure people trading with Cuba. Foreign banks don't want to have anything to do with Cuba because they might be sanctioned by the U.S. and get cut out of the U.S.-dominated financial system and the SWIFT interbank messaging system. This has been devastating for the Cuban economy for decades. And this is why Trump continues to tighten the sanctions. If the sanctions supposedly don't have any impact, if they don't work, then why does Trump keep tightening them? Why does the U.S. keep imposing more and more sanctions every year? This is precisely why Marco Rubio, the U.S. coup plotter in chief, published a memo at the U.S. State Department less than 2 weeks after the start of the new Trump administration, in which he boasted that they were, quote, restoring a tough U.S.-Cuba policy, end quote, which is another way of saying that they're massively expanding the imperialist terror war against the people of Cuba. And in this document, Rubio boasted that the U.S. was keeping Cuba on the absurd list of the so-called state sponsors of terrorism after, you know, the Biden administration. Biden actually had put more sanctions on Cuba, trying to suffocate the people of Cuba, but for marketing reasons, for PR reasons. In his last week in office, Biden claimed that he was going to take Cuba off of the absurd, bogus list of the so-called state sponsors of terrorism. Now, Biden did not lift the illegal sanctions and blockade against Cuba, but for PR reasons, as Democrats often do, you know, superficially for marketing, he claimed that he was going to take Cuba off the terror list. Well, then Marco Rubio came in a week later, and he kept Cuba on this completely ridiculous fake terror list, once again, which is also aimed at tightening the economic blockade, because foreign banks and companies and governments are very afraid of doing business with Cuba because then the US might accuse them of supporting so-called terrorism and blocking them from the financial system, which is devastating. And by the way, if you don't believe me that the so-called US terror list is completely fake and it's entirely politicized, well, Nelson Mandela, the renowned anti-apartheid leader of South Africa, who became the first leader of South Africa after the formal end of apartheid, he was on the fake US terror list until 2008, which once again shows how the so-called terror list has nothing to do with terrorism. The US is the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. In reality, the so-called terror list is a list of countries and leaders and organizations that the US government simply doesn't like. It is 100% political, which is why international experts at the United Nations have called endlessly for years for the US not only to end its illegal blockade against Cuba, but also to take Cuba off its absurd fake list of the state sponsors of terrorism. In February 2025, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights published a press release demanding this. But of course, the US is a rogue state. It violates international law on a daily basis more than every other country on earth. So of course, the US completely ignored this message from the UN and continued to violate international law as part of its terror war against Cuba. And again, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this is a terror war. According to US government documents, the United States tried to assassinate Cuba's revolutionary leader, Fidel Castro, at least 638 times. It was mostly the CIA, but other US government agencies trying to kill the internationally recognized constitutional leader of Cuba. This is, by the way, more than any other leader in history, at least for which we have documents, at least for which we have evidence of 638 assassination attempts. It's absolutely crazy. And it shows how much the US empire sees Cuba as a challenge, as a threat to its global domination. And again, if you don't believe me that the US has been waging a terror war against Cuba for over 60 years, well, I'm going to read here a report that was published in ABC News back in 2001 titled, US Military Wanted to Provoke War with Cuba. I'm reading here from ABC News. Quote, in the early 1960s, America's top military leaders reportedly drafted plans to kill innocent people and commit acts of terrorism in U.S. cities to create public support for a war against Cuba. Codenamed Operation Northwoods, the plans reportedly included the possible assassination of Cuban emigres, sinking boats of Cuban refugees in the high seas, hijacking planes, blowing up a U.S. ship, and even orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities. The plans were developed as ways to trick the American public and the international community into supporting a war to oust Cuba's then new leader, communist Fidel Castro. America's top military brass even contemplated causing U.S. military casualties, writing, quote, we could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba, end quote, and quote, casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of international indignation, end quote. This is literally a terrorist war. Literally, according to their own definition of terrorism, the U.S. has been waging a terror war against the people of Cuba for over 60 years. And today we see that the Trump administration is expanding that terror war and now also waging a terror war against Venezuela to try to violently overthrow Venezuela's leftist, constitutional, internationally recognized government led by President Nicolas Maduro. Trump falsely claims that he's waging war on Venezuela to supposedly stop the flow of drugs. It's completely false. The Financial Times admitted that the goal of this U.S. terror war in Venezuela is to overthrow the Venezuelan government. It's regime change. In fact, the Associated Press reported in October that the U.S. government tried to blackmail the pilot of President Maduro by bribing him, offering him $50 million to fly Maduro to territory where the U.S. regime could kidnap Maduro, arrest and kidnap Maduro, and imprison him in a U.S. prison after going through a kangaroo court. And in this report from the Associated Press, which is incredible, you can see that the Venezuelan pilot rejected the U.S. threats and blackmail, and he also rejected the bribe of $50 million. And the Venezuelan pilot said, quote, "We Venezuelans are cut from a different cloth. The last thing we are is traitors," end quote. Which is incredible. This just shows how deep the support for the Bolivarian Revolution is in Venezuela. And what's also incredible about this report in the AP is that it cites texts from a U.S. agent whose last name was Lopez, a U.S. agent who was blackmailing this Venezuelan pilot. And he threatened the children of the Venezuelan pilot. He named the 3 children of this Venezuelan pilot. The surname of the Venezuelan pilot was Villegas. He threatened his children by name, and he said, quote, "The window for a decision is closing. Soon it will be too late," end quote. So we now have evidence that U.S. agents are threatening the children of Venezuelan officials as part of this terror war to overthrow the Venezuelan government. These are the terrorist tactics used by the U.S. regime. And it's obvious that the Trump administration plans to carry out more terror attacks and more crimes in Latin America because Reuters reported that the Trump administration is forcing U.S. military officials to sign NDAs. I'm reading here from Reuters, quote, "U.S. military officials involved with President Donald Trump's expanding operations in Latin America have been asked to sign non-disclosure agreements," 3 U.S. officials say, "a development that raises new questions about a military buildup that Venezuela fears may lead to an invasion," end quote. So why would they be doing this if they weren't planning on carrying out more terror attacks and more crimes against humanity as part of this illegal terror war on Venezuela? I mean, what we're seeing the U.S. empire do in Latin America is blatant imperialism. It's blatant neocolonialism. And the Wall Street Journal even admitted that the Trump administration is bringing back the 202-year-old colonial Monroe Doctrine, which top U.S. officials are now referring to as the Don Roe Doctrine. This is blatant colonialism. If you want to learn more about the Trump administration's neo-colonial plans for Latin America, I have another video specifically about that, which I will link to in the description below. On that note, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today.
The death agony of the Kiev regime continues to gain momentum. Against this backdrop, the dying snake continues to try to sting and resist. So, on the night of November 2nd, the Kiev regime, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, ordered to launch a massive drone attack on the Crimean Peninsula, Krasnodar region, and several settlements in central Russia. A few hours ago, representatives of the Russian Defense Ministry officially announced that in total, Russian air defense systems shot down 168 enemy aircraft-type drones. At the same time, it is reported that most of the enemy drones attacked Crimea and the Krasnodar region. For example, in the skies over cities such as Sochi and Tuapse, Russian air defense systems shot down a total of 35 unmanned aerial vehicles. As a result, the local authorities once again had to close practically all airports in large settlements of the Krasnodar region. At the same time, it is worth noting that residents of these Russian settlements confirm that Ukrainian drones are attacking not only energy infrastructure facilities, but also civilian objects, such as hospitals, schools, kindergartens, and residential buildings. Earlier, the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, officially stated that Ukraine had expanded the geography of drone and missile attacks on Russia. At the same time, this dead man walking admitted that one of the goals of such attacks is to intimidate Russian citizens, so that people take to the streets and overthrow Putin's regime, which is allegedly unable to ensure the safety of Russian citizens. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian army's position continues to deteriorate rapidly in all key directions of the front. For example, on the morning of November 2nd, war correspondents confirmed that over the past 24 hours, the situation of the Ukrainian troops has become critical in Kupiansk. Furthermore, a number of reputable Russian telegram channels even began claiming that Kupiansk had almost completely come under the Russian army's control. It is reported that this happened immediately after Russian troops managed to completely dislodge the Ukrainian army units from the Yubileyny microdistrict and low-rise residential areas in the west and east of Kupiansk. At the same time, many war correspondents claim that the situation of the Ukrainian group in Kupiansk began to deteriorate rapidly after Russian troops established full control over the village of Sadavoy, which is considered the western suburb of Kupiansk. Currently, Russian troops are continuing the systematic destruction of scattered Ukrainian units in the center of Kupiansk and on the southern outskirts of the city. Only those Ukrainian soldiers who lay down their weapons and surrender remain alive. Reports indicate that in the last 24 hours alone, more than 50 Ukrainian soldiers and officers have laid down their arms and surrendered in the southern part of Kupiansk. The Ukrainian army's position continues to deteriorate rapidly in the Pokrovsk direction of the front as well. Amidst these circumstances, General Alexander Sersky, the commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces, urgently pleaded with the Ukrainian forces in Pokrovsk to sustain their defense and hold the city for at least one more week. According to him, additional troops from Lviv are being sent to Pokrovsk, and the surrounded city will allegedly be unblocked very soon. However, unfortunately for General Sersky, the Ukrainian soldiers and officers had already stopped obeying orders and began trying to get out of the surrounded city, voluntarily leaving their positions. Furthermore, the Ukrainian group in Mirnograd also began to abandon its positions and retreat in a westerly direction. Against this backdrop, Ukrainian military experts admitted that if General Sersky fails to stop the flight of Ukrainian soldiers from their positions in Pokrovsk and Mirnograd, this can cause a chain reaction in other directions, as a result of which the Ukrainian front will completely collapse. Amidst all this, on the morning of November 2nd, the General Staff of Ukraine appealed to the Kiev authorities to immediately begin general mobilization in the country, which should include absolutely everyone, including 18-year-olds, and even women. Meanwhile, an advisor to the head of the Donetsk People's Republic, Igor Khimykovsky, officially announced that on November 2nd, Russian troops destroyed another group of the Ukrainian elite special forces GUR. According to him, the Ukrainian command once again tried to land a group of its elite fighters northwest of Pokrovsk. This time, 2 American UH-60A Black Hawk helicopters were involved in the operation. Reports indicate that these helicopters were spotted by Russian FPV drones, as a result of which Ukrainian special forces came under fire from Russian artillery and unmanned aerial vehicles. Furthermore, the Russians even managed to shoot down one of the 2 UH-60A Black Hawk helicopters, using Igla manpad. In total, as a result of this failed operation, Ukraine lost 15 elite soldiers and 1 helicopter. Thus, this is the second unsuccessful attempt by Ukraine to land its elite special forces in Pokrovsk. My friends, let me remind you that the day before, on the morning of November 1st, the Ukrainian command tried to land elite special forces north of Pokrovsk. However, that operation completely failed. In total, within 48 hours, Ukraine lost 35 elite soldiers and 3 units of UH-60A Black Hawk helicopters. Earlier, sources in the Russian Defense Ministry confirmed that the Ukrainian General Staff and its Western military advisors are desperately trying to rescue the commanders of the Ukrainian units and several NATO officers trapped in Pokrovsk. Indeed, the fact that Ukraine has been trying to land its elite special forces in Pokrovsk for 2 days in a row, sacrificing its best soldiers, indicates that very important people are encircled by Russians in Pokrovsk. Against this backdrop, given the impossibility of their escape from the encirclement, there is a high risk that the NATO command may order the physical elimination of these Western military men, so that they do not fall into the hands of Russia.
An unimaginable mission was made public. Ukrainian Special Forces operators from the Main Directorate of Intelligence, or HUR, landed right on the contact line using helicopters. Actually, unbelievable. This was certainly very bold. No one can deny that. But what was even the goal of this helicopter landing? There are multiple theories that we'll cover later in the video, but this happened right here northwest of Pokrovsk. Looks like a Ukrainian remake of Black Hawk Down. Some analysts call it desperation, others claim it was brilliant. So in this video, we'll go through exactly what happened in detail. This is the first time we see a helicopter air assault in the Ukraine war since Ukraine's March raid of 2024 against the village of Kozinka-Belgorod Oblast as part of this set of incursions into Russian territory. Long story short, Ukrainian special forces landed from Black Hawks on the outskirts of that small village. And after that, these HUR operators quickly infiltrated the settlement and started street-to-street fighting. So this raid demonstrated Ukraine's ability to use a limited helicopter landing assault to quickly deploy their infantry right on the front line. At the same time, some of these helicopters got wiped out right after the operation. Overall, in Pokrovsk, the situation is that deploying reinforcements is extremely difficult. All supply roads are under surveillance of Russian drones. So any vehicle driving back and forth on this part of the front will get destroyed or immobilized. Otherwise, the other option is to walk by foot 15, 20 kilometers, and you still have drones circling above your head. So let's analyze this unique footage of the Ukrainian air assault. First of all, most analysts believe it happened on the 29th of October and not on the 31st, the day the video was made public. And here Reuters reported that the operation was personally supervised by Kirill Budanov. He's Ukraine's military intelligence chief who has led the Main Directorate of Intelligence since 2020. And he's famous for spearheading numerous covert operations against Russian forces. Long story short, he believes Ukraine can only win the war against Russia using some type of guerrilla warfare. Think of it of the Ukrainian equivalent of the SAS during World War II. Here we can see the scene being recorded by a Russian drone. Very important detail. Then the footage zooms in and we can spot a UH-60A Black Hawk helicopter. So that's a US-made aircraft, the same type of aircraft used during the March raid of 2024. What's also interesting is that in late August 2025, this article reported Defense Intelligence receives new UH-60 Black Hawk funded by Czech and Slovak volunteers, a fundraiser by 20,000 people. So I guess the Ukrainian military made immediate use of this donation. One way to think about it is that with all the drones circling above Pokrovsk, drones ambushing vehicles right on the roads, drones attacking infantry coming in and out, inserting troops via helicopters is not crazier than sending an entire armored column, a relief column towards Pokrovsk. So now let's count the number of Ukrainian troops that were dropped off. I count 1, 2, 3, and 4 operators exiting the heli from the right side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 from the left. So a total of 9 Ukrainian Special Forces operators were disembarked. Actually, hold on. Okay, the footage is blurry, but we can see another 2 operators jumping off the Black Hawk right at the end. So the Ukrainian HUR successfully landed 11 paratroopers right under the nose of the enemy, which makes sense considering that the max capacity of a Black Hawk is 11 seated passengers. And then the helicopter clumsily flies back and we see the troops running across open terrain. Oh my God, look, they're running in open terrain, grouped up. What's funny is that if we only take this part of the footage, we could literally make a propaganda statement saying that the Ukrainians are now using human waves to counterattack in Pokrovsk. The unit then separates in 2 groups that went on to take position in the area of the gas station and the entry of the industrial zone of Pokrovsk. This is an important event because it proves that helicopter landings are still relevant in 2025 and can be somewhat successful. Now you might ask, what can 11 Special Forces operators possibly achieve in the grand scale of things of the Battle of Pokrovsk? That's exactly it. Now we have clues that might indicate that they were probably not alone. There was this Russian fiber optics drone camping on a Ukrainian supply road, and then he records a Black Hawk. And immediately after records a second one right behind it. So we have visual confirmation that during this operation, at least 2 Black Hawks were deployed. And who knows how many helicopter landings there actually were. What I often tell you in my videos is that in the age of drones, it's often what is not recorded that is the most important. It's not because we only have visual confirmation of 1 helicopter landing troops that is the only one that was involved in this operation. According to Funka 350, it's 3 UH-60 Black Hawks that took part in this air assault. I don't know where he got this information from, but it's interesting. It could make sense considering that this would mean an entire platoon of special forces was deployed. Now, officially, according to the AFU, this operation managed to improve the tactical position in several blocks of Pokrovsk. To see if this is true or not, we have to look at a 3D map. The helicopter landed right here northwest of Pokrovsk in this field. We have many geolocations confirming this. And the operators ran in this direction, southeast. And if we zoom out, we understand that they were deploying towards this industrial complex. And now if we switch to Deep State UA, this is the direction of this Ukrainian air assault. Immediately what comes to mind is that the Ukrainians wanted to secure this vital intersection and supply line. And this also confirms that the Russians were in control of this area. However, the operation wasn't a complete success either. Right off the bat, if you have a Russian drone recording a helicopter landing a dozen Special Forces operators, they've been spotted, and it's not going to end well. It's not a surprise that immediately after, Russian drones equipped with thermal imagery went on to hunt for these HUR operators. And from the footage that was released, I can confirm that at least 4 of them were hit. Let's say 4 to 5, something like that. What's interesting is that the Russians claim to have destroyed the helicopter and all 11 operators that were landed were KIA. Look, I don't know. Many people just repeated this information, but from the drone footage that the Russians released, I cannot confirm that claim. Now, maybe in this Russian drone footage, It's just random Ukrainian riflemen that have nothing to do with the helicopter landing. But once again, this theory seems highly unlikely to me. And according to some geolocation specialists, this is where the Russian drone strikes took place, in this industrial complex right next to where the HUR operators were disembarked. So we can quickly cross-reference the data, and we can confirm that these strikes were indeed against the Ukrainian special forces. Alright, for the benefit of the doubt, let's say that these backup guys suffered some losses, 4 to 5, but still managed to push on forward. In theory, we're talking about 3 Black Hawks, meaning a total of 33 operators that were landed. If we deduct the losses, that's roughly 28 operators that made it. Now, did this mission change the situation on the battlefield? Well, since this happened on Wednesday, the 29th of October, we can see that this bold raid had little to no impact in safeguarding the western side of Pokrovsk. Actually, Russian forces are already tickling Rishine. I don't really understand the point of this mission. And you know what? This is exactly what Ukrainian journalist Yuri Butusov wrote on his Facebook page. He said, I quote, "In fact, tactically speaking, in modern warfare, landing 2 squads of fighters in an open area, in a kill zone, in full view of enemy drones is an illiterate tactical decision. Secondly, 2 special forces units cannot significantly influence the situation in a city where several brigades and regiments are fighting for it, and where the main problem is to provide logistics and maneuver for those already there. Mistakes are covered up with PR, and therefore elite groups continue to be sent on high-profile heroic missions, the losses of which are never disclosed, just as the real results are not announced." You know what, if there was more critical thinking like this in Ukraine, the AFU in general would be in much better shape. But hold on, let's take a step back. Earlier we said there could be 3 helicopters involved. Maybe one dropped off the operators here, but perhaps the 2 other Black Hawks landed somewhere else. And clearly they were not spotted by Russian drones, which in itself is a miracle. So I repeat, so we know 1 squad landed here, but now imagine another one was dropped off here and let's say another one here, to cover the entire northern part of Pokrovsk and form like some sort of wall. This maneuver then allows the Ukrainian special forces to cover this entire block and clear it from Russian forces. Who knows, maybe there were even more helicopters on the move. Highly unlikely, but it's still a possibility. Or maybe they just did multiple back and forth. To me, the main problem is that such operations are not scalable. Just like Butusov said, yes, you can land some small teams of spec ops here and there, but you would need to air assault an entire battalion, an entire regiment, at least, to change the course of the battle. So what was the point of this helicopter operation? Number 1, secure supply lines, but enemy drones are already in control of this entire area north of Pokrovsk, so sending a handful of spec ops will not change that. Number 2, reinforce the Pokrovsk garrison and hold the flanks to allow everyone to withdraw. In my opinion, this is the most likely scenario that could justify the high-risk nature of this operation. Imagine hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers are facing encirclement, and there's no one that can save them. And option number 3, this was the first wave to infiltrate Russian positions north of Pokrovsk in order to pave the way for a big Ukrainian counteroffensive to reclaim the city. This option is very unrealistic, but I still wanted to share it with you. Again, I think it's option number 2, open the door for everyone to pull out from Pokrovsk. In the end, I think it was a bold and daring operation by Ukrainian special forces, which of course stems from the desperate nature of the situation. But even then, what can 24 operators really achieve, right? That's all I have for you today. See you in the next one.
President Vladimir Putin offered mercy to surrendering Ukrainian troops, including those surrounded and cut off from supply lines. Currently, more than 10,000 soldiers are locked in Kupiansk and Pokrovsk, Putin said on Sunday. To minimize unnecessary casualties, Putin instructed that any soldiers who wish to do so, as Russian forces have always done, be detained and treated in accordance to international law. Since the beginning of the SMO, Russian orders and doctrine have been to pursue surrender as the primary option rather than risking combat. The large percentage of Ukrainian prisoners taken around Kupiansk and Pokrovsk demonstrates total psychological pressure. They are the most forcibly conscripted, have received little or no training, are not recommended for any combat, and simply surrender when advised to surrender. However, it is not easy for the armed forces of Ukraine to do, as they are being liquidated from behind by their own commanders, and they have been told that Russia does not take prisoners. Near Kupiansk in Kharkiv region, Ukrainian soldiers continue to surrender to the Zapad group of forces, which is conducting an operation to neutralize encircled Kiev units. Soldiers of the 14th Separate Mechanized Brigade of the AFU, Yuri Shapovalenko and Alexei Binder, recounted how they were left without support, ammunition, food, and how the decision to surrender was made, as shown in a video released by the Russian Ministry of Defense on November 2. They recounted being transported there for about 4 days, then deciding to surrender after realizing they were surrounded by Russian forces in the city. In turn, Paul Binder also noted the critical situation for the Ukrainian soldiers, with the Oskil River completely under drone and artillery control. A Russian FPV drone picked up a group of Ukrainians in their vehicles, followed the road, and then discovered the Ukrainian military vehicle. There is no way out, Binder added. However, this is a complete 360-degree reversal from the absurd statement that claimed by Zelensky. The Ukrainian leader decided to claim victory, announcing the resounding success of his troops in Kupiansk, Kharkiv, which was largely under the control of the Russian armed forces. Ukrainian troops reached the Oskal River and blocked the Russians in Kupiansk. Counterattack efforts continue, Zelensky said. According to information from the Russian military on the ground, due to pressure from Zelensky, the Ukrainian command did indeed begin sending equipment and assault groups to attack Kupiansk. However, they failed to break through the city and reach the Oskal River, and most were destroyed, with some managing to escape.
Украины. Не так просто, потому что и в спину стреляют, и сверху дронами обрабатывают, уничтожают тех, кто пытается сдаться в плен. Тем не менее, с нашей стороны это естественно, и нужно действовать и с пленными, обращаться с нормами международного права и законодательства Российской Федерации. Но армия России исторически всегда относилась к пониженному противнику.
We only watched its launch. Do we have any new developments? Yes, we have something coming up all the time. Sarmat, Burevestnik, Orshnik, Poseidon, and we are developing all this very actively. There is nothing like this in the world. It is unlikely to appear in the near future, and there are no methods of interception. Before the United States and its allies disrupted the entire international security system, there were even such footages. French President Chirac is being told and shown new developments in Russian weapons. The very fact that we consider it possible to introduce our French partners to promising developments in today's conditions speaks to the transparency and openness of the Russian Federation in security matters. You remembered Gagarin's statement, who said, "Let's go. We will go on. We will go on. But we will drive according to the rules." And we call on everyone to strengthen the international security system and the foundations of international law. After the U.S. withdrawal from the ABM Treaty, everything began. Our system is not directed against Russia. Of course, we would welcome cooperation with Russia on missile defense. We assure Russia that its concerns about the missile defense system are not justified. I suggested that the three of them work together, Russia, the USA, and Europe. They said, "This is very interesting." They asked me, "Are you serious?" I say, "Absolutely. Just imagine, if we work together to solve such a global, strategic task in the field of security, the world will change. It is possible to expand the number of participants in consultations at the expense of interested European states, and to do this on the site of the Russian NATO Council. Our offers are not limited to this. We propose to create an information exchange center in Moscow. But that's not all. A similar center could be established in one of the European capitals, in particular, in Brussels. Moreover, if this is not enough, we are ready to include a new missile launch prevention station in the general system under construction in southern Russia. We can say that the cards are dealt. We can start the game. And I would really like us to play the same game. We need to think about it. They told me. I say, please. Secretary of Defense Gates, the former director of the CIA, and Secretary of State Rice have arrived in this office, where we are currently talking, right here at this table. And if we really manage to agree on the main provisions, then we can say that our dialogue is developing very productively. They told me, yes, we have thought about it, and we agree. I say, thank God, excellent. But with some exceptions.
There are issues on which we do not yet fully agree.
In the end, they sent us away. That's when I said, look, then we'll have to deal with retaliatory measures. Our general staff and our experts believe that this system threatens our national security. And if it appears, we will have to respond appropriately. It's not us who creates them. We ask you not to do this, but no one listens to us. And we warn you in advance. If you take this step, we will have to respond like this. And Russia has been doing it all these years. This is not just an ordinary flight. Today we tested a new rocket. If you remember, about a year and a half ago we talked about the need to develop new missile weapons systems and high-precision long-range cruise missiles. And now we have tested it. We looked at how it started its movement and how it hit the target. We only watched its launch from a nearby plane. But then we tried to chase and follow it. Did you succeed? Yes, we succeeded. The world has already seen hypersonic Russian systems in action. And here's how it all started. These are systems that will operate at hypersonic speeds. They will change direction in course and altitude. And they are practically invulnerable systems. They are invulnerable, including for missile defense, which is being developed in some of our partner countries. In his message to the Federal Assembly in 2018, Putin publicly revealed many cards about the new missiles for the first time. At the same time, the rocket provides a 10-fold longer flight range, which is practically unlimited. It is all the more interesting now to recall an already forgotten interview with American journalist Megyn Kelly, recorded almost immediately after Putin's message. The Americans called Russian developments cartoons.
That system you were talking about, have you tested it, and does it really work? Some analysts have already stated that, in fact, the tests were unsuccessful. An animation was shown instead of real footage.
Everything I've talked about today, each of these systems easily overcomes the missile defense system. Every system. That's the point of all these developments.
Were there any trials?
Yes, of course.
And the tests were successful. Did it work?
Very good. If we go back to the beginning of our conversation, look, such a system is deployed in Alaska. We are separated by only 60 kilometers between Alaska and the Russian coast. Chicago. 2 missile areas are deployed in Eastern Europe. plus a naval component. Your ships are stationed in the immediate vicinity of the Russian coast, both in the south and in the north. Well, imagine that we would now put missile systems along the US-Mexico or along the US-Canadian border, on their territories, on both sides of the United States. Plus, we would have ships on both sides. What would you say about this? Would you take any steps? And we would say that you are accelerating the arms race. Isn't that nonsense? But it's true. That super rocket of yours is flying over the USA, over Florida, where Mr. Trump's house is located. Is this an escalation of the arms race? And was it done for provocative purposes? As for these videos, they do not say that this missile is aimed at the territory of the United States. You should watch our videos carefully. This is the first one. Second, all our new shock systems are aimed at. It said Florida. No, it didn't say Florida. It is not true. Take a closer look again. It didn't say Florida. It could be seen on the map. No, it couldn't be seen on the map. Take a good look. And don't scare your population with threats that don't exist. Now about the shock systems themselves. Yes, look carefully if you want. I'll give you this video. Now about the shock systems. Let me remind you that they were not born on their own. They were born as a response to the unilateral withdrawal of the United States from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. But when we heard that these missile defense systems would be deployed in the immediate vicinity of our borders, and they would allegedly be aimed at Iranian missiles that do not exist, of course, this caused us particular concern. Do you know the danger of implementing such plans? If one of the parties is under the illusion that it is guaranteed against retaliatory strikes, then aggressiveness in its actions increases, and this can lead to serious conflicts.
Do I understand you correctly that we are currently in a new arms race?
I want to say that when the United States withdrew from the ABM Treaty in 2004, they forced us to start working on new weapons systems. We have told our partners about this. They told us, okay, do what you want. That's why we did it. Please shave.
When you told your American partners that you were creating new weapon systems, did you say it in those terms? That Russia is creating a new intercontinental ballistic missile with a nuclear source of its own fuel, which will make anti-missile systems useless and meaningless. Is that how it was?
No, of course not. I didn't know at that moment how we could respond. I'm telling you honestly, and our partners, apparently, assumed that we would not be able to respond in any way. Our economy was in a difficult situation. Defense industry, army. Therefore, I think it would never have occurred to anyone that we could make such a giant leap forward in the development of strategic weapons in such a short period of time. I think the CIA probably told the President of the United States that the Russians wouldn't do anything, and the Pentagon said that they would make a powerful modern missile defense system of a global nature. Well, that's why we went ahead. But I will answer your question directly. I can tell you what we told our American partners at that time, and what I personally told them. In fact, we're tired of telling them. We've been telling them this all the time for 15 years. And the following was said verbatim. Well, almost verbatim. I said that we will not develop a missile defense system now, like you. Firstly, because it is very expensive, and we do not have such resources. And secondly, we still don't know how it's going to work. And you don't know it. And we certainly don't. But in order to maintain a strategic balance so that you cannot nullify our nuclear deterrent forces, we will develop strike missile systems that will be able to overcome your missile defense system. In response, we heard that they are not doing this against us, but you can do what you want, and they will assume that this is not against them, not against the United States. I also want to say that in 2004, I remembered this today. I said at a press conference that we would develop this. I named a specific missile system. We call it Avangard. Now we call it Avangard. But then I was just saying how it would work. I said it directly. I even said how it would work. In the near future, the Russian troops, the strategic missile forces, will be armed with the latest technical complexes that are able to hit targets at intercontinental depth with hypersonic speed and high accuracy. with the possibility of deep maneuver, both in height and course. In what has just been said, every word has meaning. We hoped that they would hear this, that they would try to discuss it with us somehow, to talk about working together. No, nothing, as if they couldn't hear anything. Now we hear that Russia has gained an advantage. Yes, it's true. There are no such weapons systems in the world yet. We have publicly warned everyone. I've talked about it publicly. Apparently, no one believed us then. They thought we couldn't do it. If we calculate how much their well-known missile defense system cost compared to one of the main components of overcoming missile defense on our part, the Avangard missile, an intercontinental missile, then these are simply incomparable quantities. And, in fact, we zeroed out everything they did, everything they invested in this system.
Some analysts have already said that a new Cold War has been declared.
From my point of view, those people you mentioned are not analysts. They are propagandists. Why? Because everything I said today is not a proactive effort on our part. It is our response. We have always said that the development of the missile defense system poses a threat to us. We've always talked about this.
But after all, the United States withdrew from the treaty after the events of September 11th, and you must agree, when this happened in our country, isn't it natural to rethink security policy?
No, this is not natural. This is complete nonsense. Because the missile defense system is aimed at combating ballistic missiles, which no terrorists possess. This is an explanation for housewives who listen to and watch your shows. But if housewives hear what I'm saying, even they can understand that the September 11th attacks and the missile defense system have nothing in common. However, the United States did what they did. They withdrew from the treaty. And now missile defense launchers are located in Romania and are being created in Poland, systems on which Tomahawks can be installed. In other words, these are no longer anti-missiles, but attack systems that will cover our territory for thousands of kilometers. Isn't that a threat to us? Now, they say that the next step is Ukraine. It needs to be accepted into NATO. The flight time from Kharkiv will decrease to 7 to 10 minutes. Is this a red line for us or not? Well, should anyone even think about it? But we're not the ones going in there with our rockets. They shove them under our noses. If such systems are deployed in Ukraine, they will be able to hit targets throughout the European territory of Russia, as well as beyond the Urals. The flight time to Moscow for Tomahawk cruise missiles will be less than 35 minutes. For ballistic missiles from the Kharkov area, 7 to 8 minutes. And for hypersonic strike weapons, 4 to 5 minutes. Well, it's a knife to our throat. And I have no doubt they expect to implement these plans, just as they have done repeatedly in the past years, expanding NATO to the east, advancing military infrastructure and equipment to the Russian borders. They will arm and push extremists from a neighboring state against Russia, including certain regions of the Russian Federation. Our planet has been teetering on the brink of a world war in recent years. Don't they understand that? They think it's all cartoons to them. These footages don't look like cartoons at all. They were discussed by the whole world. The Orshnik is not an event of the year. It is a historical event in the rocket and space field. Nothing like this has ever happened. This is the first time this has happened with this type of weapon. We have always preferred and are now ready to resolve all controversial issues by peaceful means. But we are also ready for any eventuality. If anyone else doubts this, then it's in vain. We will respond anyway. Work continues on a number of other promising weapons systems, and we will learn more about the new achievements of our scientists and gunsmiths. We haven't forgotten anything of what we planned, and work is underway. There will be results, and we are developing all this very actively. We are bringing it to mind. And I think we will have an opportunity to announce in the near future a new weapon that we once announced, it appears, and we tested. The tests are going well. The Burevestnik missile has demonstrated incredible performance in recent tests. How many kilometers did it fly? 14,000. How long had it been flying? About 15 hours. And is that not the limit? This is not the limit. At the same time, a month ago, Russia proposed to the United States to extend for another 1 year the main restriction, the START 3 treaty. There has been no official response. Well, if they don't need it, then we don't need it either. In general, everything is fine with us. But if they want to fix the status quo for a year, then we are ready. We want to. If they don't want to, then we don't need to. We are doing well in this regard, in the sense that our level of modernity is higher than in any other nuclear country in the world. Are nuclear tests already overdue? Someone is preparing these tests. We see it. We know it. And if these trials happen, then we will do the same. This week, Trump said that the United States wants to resume nuclear testing. It has been said for a long time how Russia will react to this. But if the United States conducts tests, then we will also conduct them. No one should have dangerous illusions that global strategic parity can be destroyed. I said that if they do the tests, then we will do the same. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? From a security point of view, this is a good thing, but in the same context, there is our proposal to extend START 3 for at least 1 year. Let everyone think. Dear friends, I kindly ask you to like this video and subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
I talk to you, or we talk about NATO and Russia, a couple of different questions. The president is about to welcome Al Jawlani in the Oval Office. I mean, do you think that your former colleagues at the Central Intelligence Agency have briefed him on this guy's background?
Let's call it political schizophrenia. So on the one hand, we spent the last 25 years fighting so-called war on terror. And the perpetrators of those, the terrorist attacks on 9/11 were linked to Sunni jihadists, Sunni extremists. They resonate with like the Wahhabi sect out of Saudi Arabia, the Albandis out of Pakistan. So here's Al Jawlani, who was, he was a senior member in ISIS, and then split off with ISIS, formed other groups like al-Nusra, was involved with al-Nusra, and then created his own Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS. Now, at some point in that process, he became entwined with the CIA, British MI6. So he became a Western asset. But, it's not the first time the West has gotten into bed with a radical Islamists. We did it during the Afghanistan war in the 1980s, backing extremists that were attacking the Soviets. We then continued that support in, say, 1999 in the Second Chechen War. Again, Western-backed, supplied radical jihadists. And these jihadists are, they believe that they've got the truth, that Shia Muslims are apostates, Christians can be killed. And Jawlani comes to this meeting in Washington with blood on his hands, American blood. And we had a $10 million reward on his head. But never mind, because we have no actual moral convictions in this country.
This will goad you even more. The president yesterday on Al Jawlani, cut number 6.
Are you meeting with the Syrian president at the White House? Or did you invite him? The Syrian president? The Syrian president?
He may be coming. I don't know. I mean, he's working very hard. We took sanctions off of Syria to give them a chance at survival. And I hear he's doing a very good job.
I guess he has been briefed by briefers who are saying he's still doing a very good job. Isn't he slaughtering Christians in the streets?
Well, the members of his outfit, HTS, and other affiliated Sunni groups, they're killing Christians, they're killing Alawites, and they're killing Shia Muslims. So he's not a unifier. He's not bringing the country together. He's advocating for one particular group. And now he's got the advantage that, he's got Western backing. Now, look, that said, he's also been to Moscow and has met with President Putin. Now, Putin hasn't, gone through the hypocrisy thing on this. I mean, they recognize Jelani for what he is. But what's interesting about that is when Jelani took over a year ago, the West was just howling with glee. This is, the Russians have been defeated. Iran's been defeated. Now here we are a year later, and Jelani's going to Putin and said, "Please stay. Don't go away."
Right.
Maintain your air base, maintain your naval base. We want you. And part of the reason he wants them is to help deal with Israel.
Wow. With respect to Israel, what is your understanding of the state of affairs on the ground in Gaza? Is the IDF still killing people? Are food and medical supplies getting through? Is Hamas being rearmed?
Yes, and yes. So, look, I had a former special operations, U.S. special operations guy, officer, send me some analysis. This man lives actually in Portland, Oregon. The relevance of Portland, Oregon is if you take this city, the territory that's called Portland, Oregon, that's a little bit larger than Gaza, okay? To put this in perspective so Americans understand how small Gaza is. And yet, here we are 2 years after the October 7th attacks. Israel mobilized 300,000 soldiers. And basically, think of it this way: 300,000 Israeli soldiers couldn't conquer Portland, Oregon. All right? Put that as, think about that for a minute. So Israel, despite its routine murder of civilians, has still been unable to disarm, defeat Hamas. And it's not just Hamas. Remember, there are at least 13 other Palestinian groups: Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Abu Nidal group. So Israel has not been able to bring them under thumb, but it has inflicted, a horrific price on the human beings in that area.
Switching over to the topic at hand, do the preeminent European leaders, Prime Minister Starmer, President Macron, Chancellor Merz, think that NATO is a match for Russia militarily?
I don't know privately what they think. All I can go on is publicly what they've said. And yes,
right.
They absolutely, they think that the combined strength of NATO outweighs Russia's capabilities. And you go, you remember that picture where those three were on a train, and there was a suggestion that there was some illegal substances maybe that alter one's judgment and you may have a hallucinatory effect being ingested. I think they may be back at it because let's just go down the list. Russia produces more tanks in a year than all three of those combined in terms of tanks. In fact, I'm not even sure they have active programs to build tanks. Russia's got at least 5 different variants of hypersonic missiles that travel at Mach 6 and above and can be maneuvered. They don't have
what is Mach 6?
It's over 5,000 miles per hour.
Wow. Okay.
So again, not one of those major European members of NATO have a hypersonic missile. The size of their military is deficient. Again, you put Germany, France, England together, it still doesn't. It's not even. It's roughly about maybe 50% of what Russia has in the field right now in Ukraine. So this is one of those examples of these guys looking in the mirror, sitting around. It's like a bunch of old high school athletes who are now in their 60s. They're sitting around talking about how well they played football and thinking they could still play, except they're fat, they're out of shape, and they've got various physical ailments. That's Europe. That's NATO. NATO is a spent force that just doesn't know it.
You and I emailed over the weekend comments by this Italian admiral,
right,
who is now the chair of NATO's military committee. Now, before we even get into what he said, which I think is absurd, I think you'll agree with me, what does the chair of NATO's military committee mean?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've called it a jobs program for white guys. NATO, NATO is this big bureaucracy that gives people, officers a chance to say that they've got some important job, but they're not actually a strategic body, and they don't have any command authority over troops. So let's call it's an honorific. You could say, hey, I was in charge of this grand committee. What'd they do? Well, we talked, we had meetings.
Well, he claimed that NATO was stronger than Russia, that NATO will stand with Ukraine, and that NATO plus Ukraine equals peace. How crazy can you? You also claimed that the Russians have lost 1 million troops, which is the second time you and I have heard this in a week. The first time we rebuked the person who said it.
Yeah, more than 1 million, the Western sources are saying. And look, it just simply do the math. So can we point to any category of weapon system in which NATO has an advantage over Russia? The answer to that is no. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, the Secretary General, said 6 months ago that Russia produces more artillery shells in 3 months than NATO, including the United States combined, can produce in a year. So, Russia outpaces all of the NATO countries combined in the production of brand new tanks. They've got the hypersonic missiles I referred to. They've now fielded two new missiles, or one for underwater like a torpedo, one above ground, the Berezhnik and the Poseidon. Last year, they presented an intermediate range ballistic missile, the Oreshnik. Now, what makes the Berezhnik and the Poseidon so groundbreaking is that they are powered by an internal nuclear reactor, a miniature nuclear reactor. But that means you no longer can classify it as either intercontinental, intermediate range, short range, because it does it all. It's not confined to how much fuel you can put into a tank and how long that fuel can burn. A nuclear reactor is potentially giving you unlimited time. So, and there are a lot of Western analysts that are poo-pooing, oh, this means nothing. This is just a bunch of Russian hype. Good luck with that, guys, because the fact of the matter, they've not seen any of these systems in operation yet, or if they have, they're keeping it in classified channels. But again, you can't point to a single technological area in which the West has an advantage or superiority over Russia, including the use of drones. I mean, we haven't even talked about that. The West relies on these very expensive systems like the MQ-9 Reaper, which costs $35 million a piece. And as we saw with the Houthis, with the Operation Prosperity Guardian in March of this year, over a 7-week period, the Houthis were shooting down one a week. And so at the end of 7 weeks, the United States was out almost $250,000 of drones. And then Donald Trump declared victory and said, oh, those Houthis, they've capitulated. We're leaving, guys. Come on, let's go.
Why would this admiral be saying this stuff? Well, first of all, does NATO have a navy?
Yes. Well, it's not a NATO navy. You have the respective navies of Italy, Germany, UK. If UK can get any of its ships out of harbor. But NATO provides a coordinating command structure in the event that there is a war and NATO tries to operate together. They do have NATO naval exercises.
And what would have provoked
this
a
guy?
senior official in NATO to be making the comments that animated you and me over the weekend?
Yeah, the collapse of the Ukrainian/NATO force that's in Ukraine, and with this happening right now. This is a way to try to boost morale by saying, no, it's not as bad as it looks. It's like that scene. Leslie Nielsen, the actor, he was in that movie Police Story, and there's Lieutenant Frank Drebin, and there's a scene where a car crashes into this explosives factory. Bombs are going off. There's explosions and fire and smoke and noise. And he's going, nothing to see here. Move along. Nothing to see here. That's this admiral. Nothing to see. Oh, we're great, man. We are so strong. We got those Russians right where we want them. And, Russia is just ignoring these guys for right now. The only thing that would be, if you will, a game changer from Russia's side in terms of changing how they deal with the West would be if Trump actually allows the introduction of Tomahawk missiles. If that happens, then we're likely to see an expansion of Russian attacks outside of Ukraine.
So where is there more fear? In the West, a fear of Oreshniks, or in Russia, a fear of Tomahawks?
The Russians aren't afraid of Tomahawks. And this is one of the things I heard frequently in my conversations with with 28 different people, government officials, political figures, military personnel, generals. The problem is a Tomahawk can carry a nuclear weapon, and Russia does not have the ability to see through the missile to know whether or not it's carrying a nuke. So Russia is going to have to assume it is a nuclear weapon. Now, what's alarming is the conversations in the West from several, prominent people, including, Lindsey Graham and Jack Keane, where they claim that Russia's actually weak, Russia's afraid, and Russia's just talking tough because there's nothing that they can do about this. Well, there's actually a lot that Russia can do about it. And if they're put in a situation where they have to assume that those Tomahawk missiles that are actually deployed, they'll have to assume that they are carrying nuclear warheads, and they will act to preempt that. And that preemption would include everything up to the use of the Oreshnik missile on military bases in Europe, in Poland, in Romania, in Germany, potentially in the UK. If a Tomahawk was actually launched and struck Moscow, cause significant damage to the Kremlin, you cannot take off the table that Russia would retaliate by hitting Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Then we're into a whole nother ball game. So this is serious, but the Russians aren't afraid of it. I mean, just to the opposite of that, they were like, you better not do it because we're not going to put up with it. It was more that attitude.
When you and I first met happily a long time ago, before we began our long collaboration, you were on Fox News. Same with Scott Ritter. Now, of course, you're not on Fox. Scott would never be on Fox. I'm not on Fox. We're in the alternative media where we reach a huge, huge audience. Apparently, we have gotten under some people's skin, Larry. Now, without mentioning you or me or Scott by name, but mentioning Tucker Carlson, our other colleague, who I should have mentioned in this group, watch Mark Levin, somebody I rarely put on, but I got to raise your blood pressure a little bit. Watch Mark Levin before the Russian-Jewish coalition over the weekend.
And I just want the anti-American, anti-Israel, anti-West crowd to understand something. You're going to have to come through me and millions of people just like me, and you're not going to make it. You think your stupid little podcast, or your stupid little subscription program, or your little TV show, or maybe you have a little radio show, is going to change the world like hell it is. Not if I and everybody else have something to say about it.
I said Russian. It was Republican-Jewish coalition. Obviously, they're not happy when we point out that none of us is anti-Semitic, but Zionism is destroying freedom and life.
Yeah. Well, you know, a little fat bald guy says he's going to stop me. Good luck with that. It's unfortunate that Levin is such a hateful, nasty little man.
Yes, yes.
But it is, he's always screaming and yelling. And people forget that when Donald Trump first showed up on scene, man, Levin was doing everything he could to destroy Donald Trump. Hated Donald Trump. Now he claims he's a big Trump supporter. Again, this to conflate being anti-American just because you despise Zionism, which is Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is a completely different beast, and we can line up lots of Jewish Americans or people who profess Judaism as the religion around the world that reject Zionism. The heart and soul of Zionism is basically racial supremacy.
Correct.
And there's no place if you believe in a deity, and that deity, and the foundation of your belief is that we are better. This deity loves a particular group of people more than other people, prefers one group of people over all other people. That's crazy because that's not a deity worth worshiping or obeying or following. So that's the problem Zionism has for itself. It's this ethno supremacy that ends up being translated into murder, rape, and torture. Which
you answered what Levin said with such calmness, thoughtfulness, and personal courage. If Levin answered what you just said, it would be filled with venom and hatred and threats.
Yeah, and it is this foundation of hatred. I said this earlier today. If you go back to the foundational book in the Old Testament, the Genesis, if there are those who believe this was written, dictated to the early Jewish scholars by God. But if you go to the story of Cain and Abel, where Cain kills Abel, and
his brother.
Not only his brother, but in this you find that Cain is one who kills. He murders animals. He slaughters animals and offers blood sacrifice. Abel is a farmer. He produces fruits, vegetables. And yet God actually accepts the offering of Cain and rejects the offering of Abel. So that this God that's presented there in the Old Testament is a God of bloodlust, not a God that celebrates productivity, things that grow, that doesn't involve shedding blood. And so that whole mentality of shedding blood, unfortunately, is embraced not just by the Zionists, but we're seeing, we got Donald Trump doing it. He's enjoying killing guys and gals maybe that are in boats that he insists are drug traffickers without one shred of proof. And you go back to your days as a judge, you would not allow a single law enforcement officer to survive a trial that was based upon them saying, I thought the guy looked suspicious, so I shot him.
I killed him, right?
Yeah.
You're 100% 100% correct. I got to play one more for you. This is the guy that Max Blumenthal chased through the halls of Congress. Now, when you see the size of him, I don't know how Max didn't catch him, but Max was carrying a heavy camera with him. Congressman Randy Fine saying, Tucker Carlson's the most dangerous person in America. This will turn your stomach. Cut number 7.
If I was talking to my father at 8:59 p.m. at night, he would say, Randy, I got to go. Tucker Carlson's going to be on. But make no mistake, today, Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. He has chosen to take on the mantle of leader of a modern day Hitler Youth, to broadcast and feature those who celebrate the Nazis, those who call for the extermination of Israel, to defend Hamas, to even criticize President Trump for stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions. Friends, make no mistake, Tucker is not MAGA.
Yeah, despicable. What a despicable human being. You know, but it's this kind of, look, it's this kind of fanaticism from the likes of a Randy Fine and a Mark Levin. That is, hey, keep it up, guys. You know, it reminds me of a comment. I interviewed the head of the Communist Party in Russia. And he's he's older than me, pretty rough, he's very forceful. And afterwards, I was getting ready to interview another gentleman who's let's call him an advisor to Putin. And I said, what did you think of Mr. Zhuganov, the head of the Communist Party? And he goes, we're so happy that he is head of the Communist Party. So what you can say is, we're so happy that Randy Fine and Mark Levin are the face of Zionists in America, because it's not a very attractive or appealing face. And this kind of vicious, vile hatred directed at Tucker, because if you listen to Tucker and actually watch his various interviews, he's the exact opposite. He's not calling for demonizing a group of people. He actually believes that you hold individuals accountable for their individual acts. And he's been very emphatic about, you don't demonize Judaism, you don't demonize Jews. So, it's just, it is a shame that Randy Fine is saying what he's saying, but, given his obvious challenge with resisting donuts, I think he'd be better off focusing on a healthy lifestyle instead of doing such venom.
I suppose it's just a matter of time before these creeps come after us. Every knock's a boost.
Yeah,
Larry, thanks very much. Thanks for your time. We went a little bit longer than we usually do. It's always a From your understanding of the Russian public, and of course you have the advantage of knowing the language as well as the culture and the history, is the special military operation popular in Russia, unlike, say, the Vietnam War, which was immensely unpopular in the United States?
Well, it was, especially due to the fact that the Russian citizens, as well as ethnic Russians, were being killed willy-nilly in the Donbass. People like John Mearsheimer, I asked him at a public forum, we all agree that the Russian attack on Ukraine was not unprovoked, but did they have any choice? I mean, had they run out of options? Mearsheimer, without blinking an eye, said no. Putin did everything, including the Minsk Accords, trying to make it so that he would not have to invade Ukraine. And in the end, he had no choice. The shelling of Ukrainian Russian stock people in the Donbass went up geometrically, starting on the 14th of February. OSCE diagrams show that. It went up from about 500 to 1,400, 14,000 actually, shellings. And these are Ukrainian army shellings with our 155 millimeter howitzer ammunition into Ukrainian villages, killing Ukrainians of Russian-speaking Ukrainians.
Well, this is really unforgivable. How do Zelensky's people even justify this? The government killing its own people because they are culturally Russian and Russian speakers, but they're as Ukrainian as the government is?
It's a schizophrenic thing, Judge. Ukraine has always been very divided between the Slavic-leaning people in the east and the Western-leaning people in the west. Now, the Western-leaning people around Lvov and other places in Western Ukraine collaborated with the Nazis. I mean, they were happy to do in their Slavic enemies. So the place is completely divided, and the U.S. took advantage of that in February of 2014, when there was a relatively pro-Russian president of Ukraine, Yanukovych, and he was overthrown. He was overthrown on the Maidan. And, one thing that has come out from Lavrov and from Putin is that Obama called Putin. He was in Sochi at the Olympics. And he said, look, don't worry about it. We got this all taken care of. The Germans and the French are overseeing a peaceful transition. Yanukovych is going to go away for a while. He'll come back and we'll have delayed elections. Don't worry about it. At the same time, Biden called Yanukovych. No problem. Next day, a bloody overthrow of what was left in Kiev. Yanukovych had to flee. So, if these people seem to think they were diddled, well, if they don't think that, I don't know what diddled means.
Can you view what the Ukrainians were and are attempting to do in the Donbass as a form of ethnic cleansing? They want to get rid of the ethnic Russians, even though they were born in Ukraine and are Ukrainian citizens?
Judge, after the coup in February of 2014, the coup regime decided to go after all those people who would not submit to the coup. Those included the Crimeans. And you know that a month later, the Crimeans voted by 90% to rejoin Russia. It also pertained to the people in the Donbass. And John Brennan shows up in Kiev, not very well known, although it has been publicized. And of course, he says, look, we're going to support you as long as you need our support. We will give you intelligence cooperation up to kazoo, and we'll have militaries. Just wait. And they played that out from 2014 until 2022. We know the story. And again, I would just refer to Mearsheimer, who predicted 11 years ago that if NATO kept trying to get Ukraine into NATO, this would eventually destroy Ukraine. And of course, we were leading them down the primrose path, as John also said. He deserves great credit for having predicted precisely, sadly.
John's a great man. Zelensky himself, wasn't he born as a Russian speaker? And didn't Zelensky himself speak Russian into his adult years?
Yeah, he was a Russian, native Russian speaker. He had to learn better Ukrainian when he came into. Look, he was put in there by oligarchs. Those oligarchs were in very close contact with our men in Kiev and in Washington. He was an actor. He was a comedian, for God's sake. Well, it's not funny anymore. They put him in this position,
Right.
and all of a sudden he decided, well, maybe I am able to be the president of Ukraine. And also worthy of note is that his freedom of action is tightly circumscribed by the pro-Nazis or the pseudo-Nazis that actually have dominant influence now in Kiev. And that's what the Russians are going to hang around to clean up. They've already done a pretty good cleanup of the Ukrainian army. Once the army falls, it won't be long before the pro-Nazis in Kiev will see the light and move to their villas in southern Italy.
Wow. Wow. Putin, of course, has known of the dangers to Russia since 1999, when the Czech Republic and Hungary and Poland all together, all in one day, joined NATO.
Yeah, and of course, this was against all the promises that had been made as early as George H.W. Bush, for God's sake. Now, he sent James Baker to Moscow in February. It was February 1st, 1990, for God's sake. I had just retired 6 weeks earlier saying, McGovern, Russia has fallen apart. George H.W. Bush can be depended on to seek peace from Lisbon to Vladivostok. Way to go, right? You can retire now. And I did in January. Now, what happened? Oh, Baker made a promise. It's recorded in all kinds of diplomatic notes. He said, look, if you Russians accept a reunited Germany, and I could just see Gorbachev and Shevardnadze, oh, reunited, oh, that'd be swell. What's the quo for this quid? Well, we will promise not to move NATO 1 inch to the east. Well, there goes that promise. NATO doubled in size within 10, 15 years. And now we have continued attempts to get Ukraine into NATO, with Mearsheimer, Kennan, even Kissinger warned this would be the death knell for U.S.-Russian relations. And if you don't care about that, that's one thing. That sells a lot of weapons. But if you do care about that, and you care about international security and don't want to be nuked to death in the end of civilization, then this is really important. What's interesting, Judge, is that when it became clear to Putin that he couldn't get any Western statesman to listen, not any of the presidents, not even Obama, he said, look, okay, we understand you won't listen. And so we're not going to build a ABM system or, go down that path. They don't work, frankly. We're going to do other offensive systems that will do a runaround here so that whatever sophisticated ABM systems you create, we can move around. And that's why you got Burovesnik. That's why you got Poseidon. That's why you got Oryeshnik. And they have come online now. Putin said this in 2016. And in 2018, he advertised it in his show and tell during his State of the Union address, March 1st, 2018. Look it up. Those systems now that he showed videos of are now online. And if you will, the strategic balance has been rebalanced in a way, but not in the way that the U.S. expected. And, these things are brand new. The interesting thing is that this should come as some revelation to Trump. This was on the record. People should have told him, hey, this is what's going on. See if you can work out a deal before we blow each other to smithereens.
Where do you think there is more fear? The Western fear of the Oreshniks or the Russian fear of American tomahawks? Or am I mixing apples and oranges here?
Well, the tomahawks are dead. Just 2 weeks ago, Trump said, look, we're not going to give any tomahawks to Ukraine. They take a long time to get trained on them. We're not going to shoot these things. They have to be shot. Shot is what the word you use. They have to be shot by Americans. We're not going to do it. So forget about it. Now, what's interesting, Judge, as you know, Pete Hegseth recently, 3 days ago, said, "Well, we have no problem. We have no problem with giving these kinds of missiles, Tomahawk, to Ukraine. The notion that we don't have enough of them, that's wrong. We got enough of them." So what the hell is going on? Here's the defense secretary taking the opposite position from the president. This shows that there's a lot of internecine struggle going on in Washington. And in this case, I hope that Trump is able to prevail.
Here is President Trump over the weekend on Air Force One saying no Tomahawks. Cut number 2.
Will your administration provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles? Is that something that you're not considering that?
No, not really.
Mr. President, on Friday, the final.
Could happen, I could change, but at this moment, I'm not.
Right? He's being fair and honest. It could happen. I could change my mind, but at this moment, the answer is no, and I'm not considering it. Tell your Secretary of Defense. Wait a minute. He doesn't have a Secretary of Defense. He has a Secretary of War. Whatever Pete is calling himself this week, tell him.
Well, Judge just points up that as the Russians have taken to saying, Trump is not his own man. He doesn't have complete freedom of action. They're being still very sympathetic to him. They say he's under all kinds of severe pressure, not only from the Europeans, those coalition of the brain dead, but also within Washington. So we understand that. We're willing to wait, sotto voce. We got this thing won in Ukraine. They're going to finally have to come to their senses. We can wait. We're in no rush. We're still open to a summit. Let them decide when they're ready to talk.
Before the president went to the Far East last week, did the CIA sit down with him and tell him how vital the rare earth minerals are that China has and how we can't get them from anywhere else on the planet?
I don't know, Judge, but if it's Secretary of Commerce or Secretary of Treasury, some of these highfalutin guys didn't know that. I mean, my God, that's symptomatic of their lack of knowledge of the real world. These are rare earth minerals. They're real world things. And as Alistair just said earlier this morning, the Chinese have a stranglehold on them. And without them, we can't do all kinds of things we want to do, including in the military sector. So was whether or not the CIA or the National Intelligence Director briefed Trump on this, I mean, if he hadn't been told this by all these people that put it in tariffs and all this other crazy stuff, well, that's a mark of how uninformed he is. And that can be really dangerous when it's a big surprise to him that the WW3 sails around the South Pole and that the Poseidon is ready to be mounted on submarines now, 4 of them, to cause tidal waves and worse on any shore. First pick will be UK and second pick will be the US. I'm not saying the Russians are actually going to do that, but they have that capability. That's an incredible second strike capability. Trump needs to be informed. Here's a little anecdote. I was talking to Ted Postal early this morning, and he said, it's not a surprise to me that the presidents and the secretaries of defense are not well informed. As a matter of fact, when I pointed out to the Defense Department that the Russian early warning system was grossly deficient, and they wrote all kinds of papers, I met Bill Perry, Secretary of Defense under Clinton, and I said, Bill, you know about this, don't you? And he said, well, about what? And I showed him the slides, and he said, the first time I saw it, the acting Secretary of Defense. So what happens is the National Security Advisor can be a bottleneck and can prevent anyone, including the Secretary of Defense. And Bill Perry was a good guy, all right, from knowing which end is really up. That's really dangerous.
I'm going to run a clip for you, and I apologize ahead of time. It's the senior senator from South Carolina, in my view, absolutely at his worst and most irritating and inaccurate. However, at the very end, he says something tantalizing. We have run out of bombs, without saying it now, because we've given them all to Ukraine. So this is long, tortuous, Lindsey Graham at his worst, but listen to what he says at the end. Chris, cut number 8.
Speaking of Donald Trump, he said, hey, so he's a great president. If you don't believe me, just ask him. What happened with me and him was we found common ground. I've come to like him and he likes him, and that changed our entire relationship. But he did the Golan Heights thing. Remember, Ron? He said, I called him up, where you at? I'm with BB on the Golan Heights. He said, I didn't know we were in New York. No, that's another Golan Heights. We're over there. He recognized the Golan Heights by tweet because he understood you can't give it back to Syria because they'll use it to kill you. He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump. So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation.
Justin.
We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
Killing all the right people, running out of bombs. What the hell is he talking? And laughing about it as if he were doing stand-up. And I guess the audience appreciated it. What the hell is he talking about?
Judge, I try not to use abusive language.
Right, right.
But when he talks about the Golan Heights, for example, that was seized and occupied by Israel together with the rest of the occupied territories in 1967. That was in June. In November, there was a unanimous Security Council, UN Security Council resolution requiring Israel to withdraw from the occupied territories. Unanimous. The US voted for it, okay? 1967. Now, in his wisdom, Trump decided to give Golan to the Israelis. Well, who the hell does he think he is? This is international law you're talking about. And if you're talking about occupied territories, you know, it's not a matter of Israel having a right to exist. It's a matter of occupied people having the right to resort to all means necessary, including violence under international law against the occupier, and the occupier has no recourse under international law to move against or to genocide those people who are occupied. So here is a guy from South Carolina. You know, people out there in Palestine, they don't look much like us. And, you know, he reminds me of his predecessors, General Westmoreland, who thought that the Gooks were all second-rate people, of people like Jimmy Burns, who was the Secretary of State under Truman, and who was the only one that said, Mr. Truman, you go ahead and use those bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, because those people, they don't deserve to live because they attacked us and so forth. Now, all those people were from South Carolina. I don't know, maybe it's in the water there in South Carolina, but please don't show me any more videos of Lindsey Graham. I try to be a more peaceful person.
And a lot of the chatters, the folks that write to us during the show, are saying the same thing. It is repellent, but this is a person who gets to whisper in the president's ear every time they share a golf cart together, which they apparently do once a week, and this is very dangerous. But I was interested. I don't know if you know the answer to this. I was interested in what he said at the end. We're running out of bombs. Is the implication that American military gear is low because we have given so much of it under Donald Trump 1, under Joe Biden, and under Donald Trump 2 to Ukraine?
That's very clear, Judge, and prominent administration officials have as much as admitted that. You know, The basic shell for artillery is a 155 millimeter shell. Okay, I trained with those. Actually, today, November 3rd, is the day I entered into active duty as an Army infantry officer at Fort Benning at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And we were training on 155 millimeter shells, and there weren't any there. They were all in Key West. That's how close we came in Cuba. So anyhow, that same shell is being used today, except there aren't any of them. The Czechs said, well, we'll buy some. We'll buy. And they couldn't find any to buy except the price was jacked up so high that they couldn't buy. So, yeah, it's true. They're out of ammunition, and the Tomahawks are not going to be given to them. And if the Germans try to shoot these, what do they call them? Taurus missiles. I mean, I fear for the Germans because the Russians can very easily retaliate in ways that the Germans will not forget. And after all, if the Germans haven't learned lessons from history about how strongly the Russians feel about infringement on their borders and in their land, well, they've learned nothing, and maybe that's the case with Chancellor Merz.
As if things could not get worse. The peace president said yesterday in Air Force One, we are about to invade Nigeria. Cut number one.
On Nigeria, just wanted to ask you, do you envisage US boots on the ground?
Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that part of the world, very bad. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Now, he gets that from Pete Hexa.
I guess he does. There are 5,000 Marines off the coast of Venezuela. I wonder how many are headed for Nigeria. And I wonder when Congress will get involved. Do we still have a Congress, Ray McGovern?
Well, Judge, you've written eloquently about the dissipation of the separation of powers. These three branches of government that I learned about 75 years ago, for God's sake, they no longer exist in reality. The executive has taken all the power with welcome giving up by the Congress. Now, if the Congress can't pass some sort of legislation requiring the president to obey the Article 1 provision where only Congress has the right to declare war. As you know, Judge, Jefferson, Madison, they were really intent on making it clear that emperors or presidents could never declare war. It had to be the people, the House of Representatives of the people of the United States of America that would vote to declare war. And that's been abused up and down by Democratic as well as Republican administrations. But the scandal is that we no longer have any winter soldiers in Congress except for a precious few, and none of them have the guts to stand up to an imperial president and say, that's enough. We're going to reassert the right that our predecessors have sort of squandered. We're going to insist before we give you any money for Venezuela or Nigeria to protect those Christians, okay? We're going to insist that you come to us and get permission. Now, that's what's necessary. It's all very clear in the Constitution. And, well, will Congress do that? Probably not. So who is it up to? It's up to us. There never has been any other. We have to get out there. We have to make sure that our Congress people and the others realize that they can't have impunity for just deferring to the imperial presidency.
So eloquent, Ray. Thank you, my dear friend. So meaningful and eloquent. I'm sorry I aggravated you with Lindsey Graham, but it brought out the best in you, Professor McGovern. Thank you so much. All the best. We'll look
In the Russia-Ukraine war, the city of Pokrovsk has taken center stage for quite some time now. We've been talking about this literally for months, how it was the Russian center of gravity and their priority of effort in the entire Eastern Front. And we've been chronicling how it's been going more and more into the red area, less and less into the Ukraine gold area. And now then we could literally be days or maybe a couple of weeks away from the final fall of the city. And that can have all kinds of ramifications. But as we've been talking about, that's what's going on there, because a lot of focus has been on that. But that's not the only battle going on the Eastern Front. We're going to talk about a really kind of an update with one of the best experts that we have on the show here. And we're really grateful to have back with us again today, Andrei Martyanov, a veteran, author, and Russian military expert, and host of the YouTube channel Smoothie X12. Andrei, welcome back to the show.
My pleasure, Danny.
Always love to have you on the show anyway, because your views are you always have insights that we just don't get from any other source, especially American sources, and so we're always grateful for that. And this issue with Pokrovsk is one of the big ones here. And before we get into an actual detail of the battlefield itself, I'm going to pull the map up there and show people just how much continued advancement the Russian side has been doing. I want to show you kind of where President Trump is in all of this. And he was asked on Air Force One yesterday kind of where he thought things were in terms of how's this going to end.
What happens is, I guess, Europe and Russia are having discussions. I'm not involved in those discussions.
Long-range Tomahawk missiles, is that something that you're not considering that?
No, not really.
Is it something that on Friday?
Could happen, I could change, but at this moment, I'm not. There's no final straw. Sometimes you have to let it fight out. They're fighting it out. It's been a tough war for Putin. He's lost a lot of soldiers, maybe 1 million. That's a lot of soldiers. And it's been tough for Ukraine. It's been tough for both. Sometimes you have to let it, just get bought out,
I just wonder what your off the hand reaction is. And I know there's a lot of things you said there, but let's zero in on the last part there. Is that, well, sometimes you just got to let them fight it out. I mean, all of his whole thing from the beginning has been, I want to stop the killing. I want to end this war. Let's get a diplomatic solution. Let's have a ceasefire. Let's all. And then now, you know what? Just let them fight it out. What does Russia make of that?
Russians, we've been discussing with you and Gary for a while this whole situation. Russians were giving off-ramp to the United States practically the first day of Trump administration. Obviously, he is under pressure. Make no mistake. And we understand his cognitive faculties are not as they used to be, but he understood the futility of pretending actually that he can do something to stop it and gain some political capital from it. For Trump, Russia is not a friend. But he understood if it continues like this, first, United States have been thoroughly demilitarized, and he can simply do nothing. I mean, this whole PR with Tomahawks, it's just so nauseating now. Everybody's like yawning anymore because they cannot take this anymore. It's boring people to death, So, and what's left for him? He could have done it earlier. For whatever reasons, personal reasons, his narcissism, his, the desire to get whatever, Nobel Peace Prize, for pressure from neocons, and AIPAC and all those people, he has to finally, admit that United States doesn't have resources. It is not of the goodness of his heart. It is the fact which my video will come out of, in an hour once we're done, that in the end, you have to look at the mathematics of the war. And the United States cannot support anymore this war. So that is why he does what he was supposed to be doing, let's say in February, March, when Russians were really like giving United States the off-ramp, just take it. The Putin, Lavrov, everybody they're dealing with this. And instead of, he got himself this moron, General Kellogg, as his special, advisor. The guy has no clue about modern operations or anything. And so here we are. And now he has to literally wash his hands off, but he could have gotten out with much bigger political capital if he would have done it earlier. Now it is all about Europe. It is all about the decline of Europe and United States, as I stayed for many years. United States wants to eat too, and between the two, Europe and United States, obviously United States has to, for all its internal problems, choose itself, so simple as that. Europe is going to be, and it is being, as we speak, being brought to the altar as the sacrificial lamb. And in the larger strategic context, what can I say? United States chose, and through a Trump administration, to do it this way. And now, when we know what is happening in Pokrovsk, just a couple hours ago, more than 85% of city is controlled by Russians. And essentially, the bottleneck in Mirnograd have been closed. So we're looking, and there was a correction on the number of armed forces of Ukraine troops there. It is up to 9,000 there. Some very important American people are caught inside there. So there's a lot of things which are going on the line of the combat contact. And it's the only place which really influences everything what is being said on the highest political tribunes, including from the point of view of Trump himself. And somebody obviously told him that that's it. We cannot go on like this anymore. And it's probably for the better.
And he mentioned there at the first that where he said, well, that's between Ukraine and Russia and Europe, et cetera. What he was talking about was the claim that Europe is going to say, hey, let's seize Russia's assets that they've been talking about for a long time. They say, no, let's actually go ahead and do it right now. And so Trump is just like, I'm not even going to mess with that. What do you make of that situation? Because they've been talking about it for literally years and on and off for the last several months. Do you think that they're going to do it? And actually, why have they hesitated so far?
Well, I mean, today, Corriere della Sera, the main newspaper, of Italy, suddenly writes about the fact that France, Germany, and Italy are against seizing those assets. And you have to remember, you probably remember this, the initial number which they were given, there were $300 billion, okay, that they were supposed to seize. Now it's down to 140. First, the logical question is, where are those $160 billion? Well, Elvira Nabiulina, the chief of the Central Bank of Russia, she knows. And basically, Russians obviously have been able to withdraw those $160 billion. And so if they will do this, and that's what Corriere della Sera stated today, that it's going to be catastrophic, actually, ramifications for the European financial system. And that is why United States doesn't mind if it can get the piece of action, but only when it has the buffer zone, or with those Europeans. And that's the last straw, so to speak, for them. Not that money will do any good for them to start with, but at least to support the existence of the Ukrainian government, or basically terrorist regime, because essentially the only reason Zelensky regime exists today is because of the financing provided by the combined West. And the combined West pays the salaries of his, henchmen. It pays salaries to Verkhovna Rada. It pays salaries and some salaries to some people in Ukraine. So it basically prevents it to completely imploding. But you know what? Again, it's the drowning man grasped at the last straw. Even if you imagine that somehow they, steal those funds, which it is, and which London wants to. It's not going to change anything except for completely ruin the financial, basically, reputation, whatever is left of it, of Europe. And after that, Europe is done pretty much in every single economic term. And like Qatar today, if you basically what we look today at what is happening around the world, we are seeing accelerated implosion, especially of the European economy, European political structures, and basically disintegration of the European NATO and EU. And in this case, Russians say, try, and see what's going to happen, because Russians have about $1 trillion worth of the European assets on the territory of Russia, and Russia have been very clear about it. You take those remaining 140, you're not coming back to Russia at all. And they want to come back to Russia because many people do not know that actually Europeans are actively involved in behind the closed doors with all kinds of things, just trying to get back on the Russian market because it's, their chance, the last chance, because now they have totally, uncompetitive, basically economists. Minister of the Economy of Germany, a week ago, she opens it where it says to be a competitive economy. That's all about energy. Everybody knows that it's all about energy. Well, except for people who are Greens, and
well, but let's look at that. That's a whole issue with the energy, because how is that playing out right now? Trump put sanctions on Russia, said this is going to be the biggest sanctions we've ever done, which I'm not sure that it was, but that's what he said because he loves things over the top. But two big oil companies and lots of reports, at least in the West, have said that it's not going to cripple Russia, but it is going to hurt a little bit. How is that? Let me ask you actually two questions. We'll start with the Russian side. How has that actually affected Russia negatively so far?
Well, somewhat, not really that big of a deal. And I can defer only to Larry Johnson, who just came back from Moscow. And he wrote a piece that Russia is not dependent on the international trade. Main resources for energy trade for Russians are obviously China and other countries in Southeast Asia. And if you listen to Mr. Novak, who used to be this genius, this mover and shaker behind Russian energy, he is now first vice deputy prime minister. He stated about a week ago, it said there are turning of the Russian energy supply streams towards Asia has been complete. Europe doesn't factor anymore, or United States for that matter, which by the way buys Russian oil, does not factor anymore in Russian budget and profits. And as Larry correctly stated, Russians do not depend on that. Only 17%. Some people say it's only 13% of the Russian budget comes from the trade in the hydrocarbons. The rest of it is completely domestic thing. Russia is self-sufficient. It's the only country in the world which can literally live as autarky because Russia has everything, from energy to rare earth metals to what have you, ores and things of this nature, which, by the way, is one of the major impetuses behind Europeans' hatred of Russians because they look at those Slavic subhumans. How the hell did they end up sitting on the more than 1/3 of the natural resources of the planet? And that's what doesn't give them, just any kind of the reason to calm down and stop this, what they are doing. And that's what is happening. So how could it well, maybe a couple rubles higher on the per liter on the gas stations. But even that is not necessarily true.
And let's look at the other half of that equation, because two of the biggest users were actually two of the three biggest users in the European side were Hungary, Slovakia, and I think maybe Czech Republic. I can't remember the third one, but those other two were certainly. And at least in the previous months, just the last few months, Viktor Orban and Robert Fico have been emphatic about we are not going to stop buying Russian oil. Has these new sanctions against the Russian oil companies forced them to not buy oil from Russia?
They may. I mean, do not forget, they are still part of the EU. They are small countries, relatively small countries. But that also opened the other can of worms, if you know it. You've read the news, obviously, as well as me. Now, suddenly, Fico and Orban, they say, oh, no, we're going to create the coalition of the Eastern European countries, which will be totally against supporting Ukraine, which, of course, is the ramification of all that. Also, somehow opening the door to what actually their countries exist on. It's, it depends on Russian energy. And not only nuclear, for example, Russians obviously built the nuclear power station in Hungary, but they understand that their livelihood depends on that. They can see now what is happening in the Western Europe. They are not stupid people. They are shrewd politicians, courageous people, Viktor Orban and Fico. And so, who knows? I had a joke like 2 days ago. I said, why don't they go out and recreate Austro-Hungarian Empire, for crying out loud? And at least, and say, well, screw this EU thing. which, but then again, we are looking right now, this very minute, at the implosion of EU as such. And that is why this agony about Russian funds, because they know once they do something about it, it's over. It's over. I mean, de jure, not just de facto, which it is now. And so, what can I say? I mean, but again, they are important part of Russian supply, and Russians honor those contracts which expire by 2027, I believe. All those contracts have been signed till the end of the 2027. After that, Europe has nothing left. I mean, and we know European countries such as Finland or Germany, they altogether said, screw contracts, we just don't buy it. Okay. Russia said, okay, turned around, and they go to China, which is the other third superpower, economic superpower, who says, we don't care, we just buy it. They can do whatever they want. We're just buying this energy. And now the power of Siberia too have been adopted, and the agreement have been signed, and things of this nature are happening all over the place. And Indians, well, in typical Indian manner, say, yeah, we're probably going to follow this, but we will still assess this in favor of the Indian national interest. What is Indian national interest? Rosneft has a number of gigantic refineries there, which obviously works to the benefit both of Russia and Indians. I doubt that India really wants to lose that. And they already have been saying this. And then suddenly now you have this. That's the whole point. We have to look at the whole picture. We suddenly have this. It's a shocking development for the international, aerospace, commercial aerospace industry. Hindustan main HAL, that's how it's called, HAL, state-owned aerospace company, suddenly signed a memorandum, and they're going to be doing this joint venture for producing all the Sukhoi superjets, which are totally Russian now, in India. They need at least 200 to 300 those things for their internal market. It's a shocker. For Embraer or Airbus 220, it's like, we screwed up, and so that's what is happening. We cannot now grasp all of those ramifications, so to speak, of what is going on. And so that is why Russians are pretty nonchalant about, they do their proper due, formal due, like issuing the statements and things like that. But if Europe wants to appropriate those 140 billion, that will be over for Europe, and Russians have about $1 trillion of the Western assets right now in Russia, and they will be basically nationalized. For now, they are in the special mode. I don't remember how it is called, so it's kind of like holding a pattern. So it says, okay, it's your thing, we're using it, but at some point of time, if things work out, you come back and you own it again. Not anymore. If it happens, it's over.
Yeah, and I want to shift a little bit to the battlefield, or at least the support to the battlefield. We're going to get to Pokrovsk here in just a second, but that, Gary, if you could put that headline back up you just had a second ago, because Ukraine has gotten more U.S.-made air defense systems to counter Russian attacks. I also saw earlier today that the U.K. has sent more Storm Shadow missiles to Ukraine, and one just has to wonder when you see the financial issues starting to fall apart. When you hear President Trump say, "You know what? Maybe they just got to fight it out." You see what's physically happening. Why in the world? What is the national interest for any of these countries that were providing those Patriot systems to just throw more of them into the garbage can and more Storm Shadows? Potentially risking the ire of Russia, but at the best case scenario, just having no impact on anything. Why would they do that?
In England today, my good friend Irina Otsnes, chief editor of RIA News, she wrote an excellent piece. For example, for England, it's already out desperation and envy. British just envy Russia, considering their pathetic state their country is in. And so it's historical in nature. Others, Germans, for the most part, they don't like Russians, so they do it out of spite. And yeah, it's not going to change anything. It doesn't matter. United States can provide, or whoever can provide whatever the patriots they want. They are useless. 6% effectiveness. It's the not estimates, assessment of the former Deputy Chief of General Staff of Ukraine, not Russians. That's Ukrainians are saying this. So, and it's all about spite. It's all about pretending that they somehow know how to fight. They don't. And it's like this defense minister of Belgium who offered to wipe off Moscow off the face of the earth, and then he was scared so much that he suddenly turned around, 180 degrees or 360 degrees per Annalena Baerbock, and he suddenly now he had nervous breakdown, so because of the statement. So that's the kind of people you have. They're morons. They hate Russian gods, and that's why they're doing this. And because if you look attentively at those totalitarian regimes, we can say it now very specifically who they are. The London, Berlin, Paris are totalitarian regimes. They are regimes. They pretend to be dictators. They suppress every remnant of the freedom of expression, of the political opinion, what have you. So for them, they are literally, well, Macron, last time I checked, he had support rating of like 11%. Soon
crazy.
he will be probably 3%, which is the error margin in the that's what is happening. But then again, you cannot also deny the traditional, like it is case in Poland or Germany, hatred or dislike of Russians among at least majority of population. How large is majority? I don't know, but it's majority. It's 65% at least. So, and when you have those people and you look at Netherlands and things of this nature, so they will be throwing bad money, good money after the bad ones. And it's not going to change anything, but how many storm shadows can really Britain provide in the practical terms? 20? Okay, so it's a standard target for Russian air defense complexes and air defense, which is actually improving constantly. So they will try to do some PR thing. That's the only thing they can do. They will try to again to blow the Crimean Bridge. They will try to do some terrorist act and strike Russian apartment complexes because London hates Russian gods. I mean, they abhor Russians. They don't mind killing children, women. That's what they do. And so when you look at this summary, so to speak, of the whole things, though, that's exactly how the disintegration looks like. Because obviously it doesn't make any sense in any sense in any practical, from the practical point of view. But they don't know what war is. They don't understand warfare. None of them, with few exceptions, for example, in Brussels NATO headquarters, understand strategic thinking. They don't understand how it's done. And we saw from the point of view of the operational planning how they do it. It's a catastrophe.
Well, and in fact, let's take a look at that. So I mentioned at the outset we were going to look at the what's going on the battlefront, and I just want people to keep in mind as we move to this. We are now closing in. We're not far away from the completion of the fourth year of this war. We have tried everything in the world, especially in late 2022 and all of 2023 from the West, to saturate Ukraine with an offensive capability. It utterly failed in the most horrific way possible, completely broke their teeth. And ever since that time, they have been going backwards. Now then, on top of all that, on top of all the things that have done, all the money, this is where we are right now. And I want to start off here a little bit. This is the Pokrovsk area. I want to go a little bit south of that because this is something that not a lot of people in the West are aware of. This is the Dnipropetrovsk region right here, these red lines. And you see that there's a lot of Russian red on the other side of that borderline. Yeah. And here around Novopavlivka, there's Russians have gotten right up to the edge of the outskirts of this town here. And I wonder if you could just tell us what are the Russians doing in this oblast, because it's not just the four anymore. Now there's here growing areas of Dnipropetrovsk.
It is done under the auspices of what is called the buffer zone or security zone. and it was stated by Mr. Putin and by Mr. Lavrov many times, we say, when we will decide what is the satisfactory buffer zone, we will stop. But obviously the whole notion of the buffer zone, or at least the let's put it this way, the argument about the buffer zone is such that we have to move further into the Ukrainian proper territory for now in order to prevent the attacks by all kinds of things like HIMARS, and things of this nature. So to basically make the living at the border regions of the new Russian territories, new oblast, safe. And that is exactly what is happening. And yes, it's not only Dnipropetrovsk. We have to keep in mind that essentially the operation on the liberation of Kherson has already started. It's just a matter of Russians doing it again in a very deliberate, slow manner, because the main point is to break the back of everything what's left there. And if you look attentively at Karantinny Ostrov, Russian DRGs, the diversionary recon groups, have been going there to work, and this is literally 800 meters from the center of Kherson. And there are DRGs operating on the right bank of Dnieper, so it's all active. Zaporozhye is active front, and this is moving to the west. And as Mr. Medvedev today stated, listen, Mr. Medvedev is pretty, he doesn't mince words. He says eventually all traditional historic Russian lands will return home. Okay, take it for whatever it is, So, but now primarily it is all about killing off enemy. It is as very many Russians say, you wanted to fight it to the last Ukrainian, so be it. It will be to the last Ukrainian. And this is exactly what is happening.
Okay, so that's the Kherson area you were talking about just a second ago. But now let's go up kind of to where everybody's talking right now, which could be one of the bigger important areas, and that is in Pokrovsk.
Yeah.
And so even in just the last 12 hours or so, there's been yet more Russian advances inside the city.
Yeah.
And you see now that there's basically just three small areas where they're still under Ukrainian control. And then here's Mirnograd over there. We'll talk about that separately. What's going on here in Pokrovsk, and how are they literally within maybe 2 or 3 weeks of total collapse?
We have to, I don't know the time frame, it's in terms of real total collapse, but 85% of Pokrovsk this morning, confirmation, are controlled by Russian troops. They are packed, the remnants, either packed into their civilian quarters, and that's what they do. Very popular thing. They hide behind civilians. This is what they do. And so not much left for them. So now there are visuals and information coming from them starting to surrendering in some significant numbers, but others more fanatical or drugged run to Mirnograd, where they will be killed, all of them, if they do not surrender. And that's what is happening. And now we know the number there up to 9,000. So essentially, which are still surviving there. So essentially, you have, by the time that started in earnest in terms of the surrounding this grouping, we're looking at the divisions do not exist anymore in Ukrainian military, but we had there about the equivalent of 2 divisions. So give and take 5-6 brigade, probably more, trapped inside. And now we have the situation with those GUR operations, hustles, if you wish. So the situation is dire. The bottleneck, I will speak, my video comes up after we finished here. I speak about this bottleneck. It's about 1 kilometer, wide, which is controlled by
about this one right here, the one in between.
It's less. Yeah, it's about 1 kilometer. Yeah, it's completely sealed off, and now they try to save themselves in Mirnograd, but it's not going to help, and it's going to end up very badly for everybody there. But at least those who are surrendering, they are surprised because they are brainwashed, because they think Russians going to kill them. They are given the medical treatment, fed, given water, and they say very interesting thing. Those POWs, there is a huge issue with drinking water in Mirnograd right now. They said that actually the thirst is horrendous, So, well, it is classic cauldron, What can I say? Not the first one, probably not the last one.
Yeah.
And Gerasimov and Russian field generals, commanders of those groupings on operational axis, they're masters of the cauldrons, and they just do it the way to preserve mostly the lives of Russian soldiers.
Right. One thing I want to talk about here a little bit, because I know you and I were talking about this a little bit before we came on the air here. And in the last 24 hours or so, there have been reports, and apparently it could have come back as long as the 29th of October. There were some U.S. Blackhawks, or at least U.S. procured Blackhawks, did some special operations insertion. I think it was in this area right here. There was one that was some video that was shown of the insertion, and apparently video showing two separate Blackhawks in flight. So we don't know what happened to those. What can you tell us about these Blackhawks?
Well, I mean, we would assume that these were Americans who were flying them. Actually, there were two insertion so-called operations with the creme de la creme of whatever is left of the special forces of GUR, which is essentially GUR, which is the intelligence agency of the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, is essentially the outlet of CIA. And Larry Johnson, he's absolutely correct. I can confirm that basically there are some big CIA paras there. But the problem with, so there were 3 Black Hawks. There are 2 of them down. I believe one was destroyed on the ground. The other was shot down trying to escape. The other one turned around. And so the couple of one major, another captain, I believe, don't quote me on that. But one of major of these special forces, have been taken prisoner of war. And so information is they are searching for some big CIA people there. And the only way for these CIA people is to escape probably right now, because they are blocked, is probably towards Mirnograd if they somehow try to escape. If not, they will be either killed or captured. And that's simple as that. And that is why so much panic and desperation on part of basically suicide missions. This is
and let me ask you that. I mean, I actually have conducted some of these helicopter inserted special operations missions while I was on one particular mission in Afghanistan, and that is something that was wired very tight. We had lots of support in the air and all kinds of other overhead support should we need it here. There's none of that here. So what in the world would go into even launching such a mission like this? What possible benefit could it do to Ukraine?
Well, there's no benefit. And people who plan those, first, you have to understand, CIA and people from NATO staffs, American, British, whatever, for them, Ukrainians are cannon fodder. They are subhumans. They throw them in. They don't care how many of them killed. Plus, as you said, it is one thing what you were doing in Afghanistan. In there, as you can see yourself, this is all Russians seeing it 24/7. Every minute, every movement is controlled. And it all just a matter of the RUK, what is called a recon strike and recon fire complex, how Russians react and what do they do in terms of, for example, do they want to kill all group? No. The first group which was there, you can see there are videos of them. They out of 11 people, 8 have been killed immediately. And others have been basically, taken. And whatever their counter insertion operation done on Russian side, they are very good level professionals, and they have their full tactical and situational awareness of the area. And that's why we know it now for sure. The search is for those big CIA hunches, paramilitaries. And as I already stated, it's doubtful that they can escape. So they either will be taken prisoners or will be killed, or maybe will commit suicide. So it's just the way it is.
It's just hard for me to fathom. But doing something like this, the mission I was on, for example, it was about 2 or 3 Taliban people that our group was supposed to be going after. But I mean, this was just the edge of a huge battlefield that you're already on the lower side. So I don't even know what what
I
the
mean, they're not.
objective would be? What would they even be saying to try and accomplish other than we're
They
going
are
to lose everyone?
incompetent. They are incompetent. That's the whole point. This is the
It's
point.
just
which
hard
I'm
for me
making.
to imagine that level of incompetence.
Oh, well,
but
easily. I spoke to people like Brandon Weicker. He was a professional congressional staffer, and he played the Pentagon games. He confirmed what we know. Most of the intel, for example, a Pentagon receives is from Kiev. So it's not intel, it's propaganda. And only few people, and obviously some colonels and brigadier generals who sit in the operational planning departments, which doesn't matter what they say. You literally have people who, well, I give you one example. There are morons, you know what, with the senior ranks in, for example, Institute of the Study of the Modern War from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. They really believe that Patriot PAC-3 can shoot down hypersonic targets. They do believe it. You know why? Because Ukrainians told them. And those guys, they sit there, they get this garbage in, and they make, oh, look at our, prowess. And they still do not understand. Operationally, they are amateurs. They, this has been going on for years, and they have to understand what side they're dealing with.
Well, there doesn't seem to be, but I want to kind of drive home something I mentioned at the outset of this, that Pokrovsk is in the headlines right now and just making all kinds of news for reasons that are not good for the Ukraine side, but it's not the only one. So we've already talked about Dnipropetrovsk. This is the Pokrovsk area. I want to go over here to Konstantinivka. Because there's also been Russia's continued now moving actually in the outskirts of Konstantinivka. What can you tell us about this? Because this one is not in a semi-cauldron here. Where is this from the Russian perspective?
They maintain the holding force, which absolutely is not going to go there for now and in an active way, as it is done in Kupiansk, and now is happening actually at Seversk. It's a classic operational stretching. The holding force, which, attracts some force of the whatever is remaining armed forces of Ukraine in order to stretch them on other operational axes. And other operational axis is what? There's Kupiansk, obviously, and now Seversk. Seversk is being surrounded as we speak. So it's basically pinning down the force. Classic, operational art 101.
So here's Seversk. What's happening right here?
Yeah, Seversk, yeah. Seversk is, it's actually the map changed dramatically since, I don't know whose map is that, but now Seversk is being getting ready to be operationally surrounded. Not tactically, but operationally. That means all the exits will be fire controlled by Russian troops. And that's another thing which is going to be happening. And it is all about essentially finishing off, as I already stated, that it's all about killing the enemy, period. It's physical annihilation of the force. It's not just about territory. Yes, one of the greatest Russian and Soviet strategists, Alexander Svechin wrote in his fundamental treatise from 1927, which is called Strategy. Surprise, surprise. He said that, taking the ground is necessary evil, which you need to accomplish by achieving your main objective of the physical annihilation of the enemy force. And this is exactly what happens. But that's this completely differs from the so-called strategic school of thought, or whatever is left of it in NATO countries. They still believe that running, getting those, square mileage somehow defines your success. No. And the strategists and general staff, they don't think like that. But that's what I was I wrote 4 books on it. I'm writing now 5 books, 5th book, on that. This is not how war works, but again, they never learned any lessons from the Eastern Front in World War II. And as a result, we have the situation, and they still look at it and say, oh yeah, it's slow. No, it is not, because every day, if you look attentively at today's tally, yet again, almost 1,500 killed TIAs of the Ukrainian armed forces. And basically, until they run completely out of mobilizational resource, which they are near it. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. But here in the last one I want to look at is Kupiansk. And when you zero in here, you can see, again, most of the city's already in red, and there's not that much on this side that's still left in the gold of the Ukraine side. What can you tell us about what's happening here?
Oh, I mean, if you look attentively again, the bottleneck, if you look, it's the, yes, the extremities. That means the fire operational surrounding, it's fire control of this bottleneck. This is what Russians do. They love to control lines of communication because you have to, again, operational art 101. And so, yeah, you can try to escape on foot, as many do, but the only thing you have left is basically suffer from hunger, from thirst, and you have the option, go and surrender. If not, they will try, as you can see yourself, two highways, not highways really, one of them is railroad. Will try to, escape. They will be killed while escaping, and still they will be corralled and, made to surrender or will be killed. It's all simple as that. In war, you have to kill the enemy, and that's the simple truth of it.
And you mentioned about the human capital, how much the Ukraine side has that's going down. They are actually bleeding not just on the battlefield, but over their borders. This report here, it was in some of the British newspapers and was reported here on X by Yulia Mendel, who was the former, speaker of the for the Zelensky regime before she resigned. And she says almost 100,000 fighting-age Ukrainian men have left the country in just the past 2 months after Zelensky eased departure rules. Poland's border guard said 99,000 Ukrainian men aged between 18 and 22 had crossed the frontier, the primary route out of the country, since regulations to ensure that Kiev had enough soldiers were relaxed at the end of August. And then she says, he makes this comment here. In comparison, the entire British Army has around 70,000 active duty personnel here, and 100,000 have left in just the last 2 months. And then you add on top of that, I think I saw a report, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, that said somewhere around 500,000 Ukraine soldiers had deserted at one point or another in this calendar year alone. And then there's more and more insufficient numbers of forced mobilization. It's just, and now then you add on top of that everything you just mentioned about the literal casualties every day, killed and wounded on the battlefield. It just doesn't seem like Ukraine can survive much longer.
Well, I mean, correct, by the way. Yeah, Deutsche Welle, Germany, by the way, now cutting off those benefits, free money, basically, for Ukrainian refugees. And that's the result of the activities of NATO and Zelensky regime, who is a puppet of people from Brussels and Washington, D.C. They wanted it, they observe it, they complicit in the annihilation of the Ukrainian nation, of the Ukrainian man. And basically why they, how to say it, is the escape for the 18 and 22-year-olds. 18-year-old is just a kid, it's not really fighting man. Even to turn the 18-year-old kid into the fighting man, you need at least a couple of years, to turn him into some kind of the real military material. So it's the saving of the sperm bank of Ukrainian nation. That's the only reason, because at some point of time, this is how CIA thinks, this is how so-called strategists in Pentagon think, that, we need to save somebody to give the birth, as they were saving the Banderite and Nazi collaborators, moving them from Great Britain to Canada and to United States. And that's pretty much the same plan. The problem is that it doesn't matter what they do. It's not those methods, so to speak. They are very, very uncultured and limited in their worldview people. They constantly try to repeat some pattern like it was during the Cold War 1.0. This is not it. And the problem is, as Mr. Medvedev stated, you continue to do more of that, more territories will come to Russia. Simple as that. with the population. And we, again, as Pokrovsk demonstrated, yet again, obviously hidden from the Western public by the mainstream media, they hide behind civilians now. They always did. Just today, investigative committee of Russia basically returned remnants of 300 bodies of women, children, old men, civilians in Kursk Oblast to their relatives. They have been executed by the Ukrainian forces. Women have been raped. Children were used as their live targets. This is West's responsibility. And while we definitely talk a lot about Gaza and all things which is happening there, they don't understand that more than 2 million Ukrainian men have been slaughtered because of the plans of those people. So-called, geniuses with Ivy League degrees, which are useless, degree meals, but they thought that they know what they're dealing with. I wrote 11 years ago, 11, it's on my blog. One of the first posts was saying, unleashing this hell in Ukraine, they don't understand what they're getting themselves into. They're going to lose big. And this is exactly how it happened, because they essentially poked Russia where they were not supposed to do it. But then again, I am pretty much, outspoken on this issue. And those people, until the new generation of the politicians in the United States and possibly doubted, but still in Europe emerges, these people committed their crime against humanity. They just do not want to admit it, but they will. It's inevitable.
And I mean, Gary keeps showing headline after headline here. This is, not any kind of propaganda. This is just news that are across the board from all sides here, talking about what's happening, and the battlefield says what it does. Before I let you go today, I want to ask you a couple of other kind of related things, and we're going to look at we showed you earlier something President Trump said aboard Air Force One yesterday on this issue here with the Russia-Ukraine war. He had some other things to say too, and he was talking about more from the strategic point of view, how he believes that his use of tariffs is providing national security for the United States of America.
Without tariffs, without our being able to use tariffs freely, openly, and in every way, we would suffer tremendously from a national security standpoint. Other countries use tariffs against us. If we weren't able to openly and freely use tariffs against them, I'll give you an example. China, that was going to be a disaster for the world, and I was able to settle it very quickly, very easily, because I was able to use tariffs. It's total national security. And economic health is also part of national security, by the way. But without tariffs, our country would be in great jeopardy.
Wow. I mean, who knew that he made China all afraid of by using these tariffs? Maybe you've already answered the question, but what say you?
I mean, the real national security threat to the United States is a Wall Street and financial system, which is run by crooks. So that's the national security threat. China, he met with Xi for 1 hour, 40 minutes. And he looked like the beaten, boy after this meeting. And considering the fact that obviously you have interpreters working there, so out of those 1 hour 40 minutes, probably 1 hour was basically the interpreters delivering, their translation to respective leaders. So it tells you pretty much everything you need to know, that China doesn't give China already can, which already they did, they can remove the access to the rare earth metals or resources, and they can open this valve when they want, they can close it when they want. And again, many people do not understand. China's real economy is gigantic. It is so much larger than American one that it's difficult to even to explain, that you cannot scare China other than playing around with the shipping lanes of communications, which are critical for China. For example, Indian lanes of communications, which are critical for the more than 25% of the energy supplied from the Middle East and Iran to China. and you have to force China constantly in some kind of the position where it has to mind those things, because, well, United States Navy is still around, and it's God forbid, of course, if it goes down to this way, this path. But so it is all game. But China, you cannot scare them really. You can threaten the shipping lanes of communications, but we already see what is happening. All main supply lines are being moved, or already are in, or being moved inside the Eurasian landmass from Russia to China. And of course, the Arctic route suddenly, Chinese are sending now their things there, and they get for example, liquefied natural gas from Novatek's facilities, which are at the Sabeta port, which is also covered by Russian icebreakers, nuclear icebreakers, and forces of the Northern and Pacific Fleet of Russia. So it's like, okay. So try to, and then of course there is another thing which everybody knows, and nobody wants to talk about it. Dollar is now irrelevant, essentially, in the payment systems.
Yeah, moving in the wrong direction as well. One interesting place where the tariffs have not been very effective, even in Trump's telling, and that is in Venezuela.
We'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela sent us thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from prisons, from mental institutions, drug addicts, and so did other countries. That's the bad. I mean, other countries did it too, because we were run by very stupid people, very, very stupid people. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country by far. We had open borders, and many countries, the Congo, many countries, they sent their prisoners. They sent prisoners, they sent drug dealers, they sent drug addicts, they sent anybody that they didn't want. They sent them through our country. And Venezuela was one of the worst abusers.
I don't know. Maybe I've been spending so much time with the Russia-Ukraine war and the Middle East and things that are going on there. Maybe I missed hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan crazy institutions flooding into America. Did I miss something?
Me too. I mean, obviously, I'm missing something. However, there is a certain truth to that's the problem with Trump. Sometimes he inadvertently says some things which are at least partially true. There is no doubt that, for example, drug cartels, especially from Mexico and other Central American countries, they are infiltrating the United States. As many people now say, the money and influence is even on the Capitol Hill, which is not surprising. It's just the matter. Most of those congressmen and senators are for sale, so they don't care whom they sell themselves to. But our point is obviously, Venezuelans, hundreds of thousands, mental and drug addicts. This is the first time I heard about it. MS-13, that's the whole other story. But I mean, he invents all kinds of the justifications, and so what can I say? He is preparing some kind of the regime change, or sort of attempted it. All the Tulsi Gabbard stated 2 days ago that the regime change policies are over. We'll see. I mean, the United States moves some assets, including to Puerto Rico now. Well, they may try to launch something at Venezuela. I doubt there will be any kind of the serious action on the ground, except for the special forces. That's about it. And that's it. The United States has no resources to really fight the war in the country, which is, by the way, 3 times the size of the area of Vietnam. It's jungle, mountains, rivers. And as Doug McGregor correctly stated, there's 100,000 of Colombians they are sitting on the border, waiting to get into, if God forbid something happens to Venezuela, And so it's all posturing at now, but that's as far as I know. I'm not specialist in Latin America. I definitely have no any insights there. I just look at the moving of the assets to Puerto Rico and around, So, but most likely what it's going to be, the best we can observe, God forbid even that goes there, it's some kind of launching of the, Tomahawks, then inserting some seals, whatever. That's about it.
Well, and that's what I actually wanted to ask your opinion about, because I mean, you obviously studied the art of war, not even just in specific locations. And if you see that amount of firepower that we have in there, and it's relatively, I mean, it's big in one sense, but it's really small in another sense when you're talking about a country the size of Venezuela that you just mentioned there. When you see that number of assets, what is even possible militarily? I mean, something like a special operations to go in where, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that there's even the theoretical possibility they could do a snatch and grab on Maduro himself?
Well, they probably will try. I will be very sorry for people who would try to do this. But there is another thing. Yeah, I see you showing this map from Reuters. Yeah, they move some assets. But again, in order to remember, we had the Vietnam War. By the end of the Vietnam War, there were more than 600,000 American troops on the ground. And that still it didn't get anywhere near to proper, victory or even achieving any tangible political aims. United States can launch things. United States has about U.S. Navy, 2,500 of the Tomahawks of the Block 4 and 5 variety, which are the most advanced, albeit it's an old missile anyway. Yeah, they can launch whatever, 2,000 Tomahawks within some period of time. Guess what's going to happen? U.S. Navy will simply run out of the Tomahawks. And the world will be pointing out to the United States, look what you're doing. You're just bombing, the country which does not represent any real serious threat to you. That's it.
And what are we to make of this big Russian transport that was seen in Caracas here recently? What do we think might have been on board?
I don't know. They're difficult to say. Listen, there could have been just merely military advisors, So IL-76 can take on board, well, obviously it can take on board a couple of companies of the paratroopers, but that's not the case here at all. It's either some kind of the advisory people plus maybe some type of the hardware, whatever they were moving there. I would say, but again, this is not don't quote me on that. This is pure speculation on my part. They can certainly transport number of the Yahan, which are the shorter version of the P-800 Onyx anti-ship missiles, which under the what is called converter thing could be stuck on the. Don't forget, Venezuela has about 21 Su-30 Mk2s. These are fairly modern fighters. This is not your Su-27. Those are modern generation 4+ fighters, which are capable of carrying some really nasty weapons, such as which Venezuela does have, which is KH-31. And this is anti-shipping and anti-radiation missile with a range of 250 kilometers. But obviously, the appearance of Yahan is a direct threat to any kind of the large U.S. Navy asset. But I doubt that Russia actually transferred that. There could have been some hardware related to electronic warfare, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. But maybe just simply military people who went there to organize defense.
Well, I guess we'll find out if that's something we discover later on. I actually hope we don't find out.
Well, let's hope.
There is no attack.
Nobody needs that. No Venezuelans or American people should die, or American soldiers should die for that. That's pure, simple adventurism. It has
100%.
no political or strategic sense other than, again, the chest thumping thing. And so, let's hope that it goes nowhere. And well, we'll see. Anyhow,
we will see. Well, listen.
Coffee. Follow me.